Good afternoon, everyone. Let's begin with the next set of panel discussions. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel discussion on expanding horizons, strategies for taking innovations. In this thought-provoking panel discussion, we embark on a journey to explore the art and science of venturing into new territories with innovative solutions. Our distinguished panelists, with their rich experience, are here to share their wisdom on navigating the dynamic landscape of global market expansion. Join us for a captivating exploration of strategies, challenges, and success stories in the world of innovation and expansion. I please request Dr. Amanpreet ma'am to please escort the panelists on stage. Dr. Shrivastava, please. Ms. Malavika, Mr. Amit, Mr. Rajiv Duggal, Ms. Tanya, please join us on stage. Can we have our moderator, Arun? We are waiting for our moderator, Tarun. Please join us on stage. Also, I would like to request Dr. Tarun, please join us on the stage. Mr. Kulbhushan Chhabra, please join us on the stage. With absolute pleasure, I would like to introduce our first panelist, Dr. Suman Shrivastava, founder of Bayonne Life Sciences Private Limited. He's a trailblazer in the field of cardiology and telehealth services, donning on lots of hats in a career of over 25 years across the US, India, and CIS. He runs multiple cardiac centers of excellence over 5 countries, has a pharma and nutraceutical company, and invested in a few healthcare ventures. He works actively with the WHO, advisor to the Health Minister of Uzbekistan, and a Calcutta. His motto, Samadhan Desh Ke Liye, embodies our dedication to solving pressing issues in healthcare. Please welcome Dr. Suman Shrivastava. Our next panelist is Mr. Rajiv Duggal, founder of Sensation Pharmacos India. Mr. Rajiv is an experienced professional with a demonstrated history of working in pharma, medical devices, and cosmetic industry. Skilled in sales and marketing management, new concept advocacy, business planning, scientific rationale, and market research, is willing to contribute to the growing pharma industry, community health, and fresh talent empowerment. We welcome you, sir. I'm proud to say that he's an alumnus of this university. Our next panelist, Mr. Amit Verma, the Health Information Specialist at National Health Authority, Government of India. Mr. Amit has around 15 years of experience in IT delivery side in the domains of energy and healthcare. He has worked in companies like Accenture, Cognizant, Wipro, etc. and is currently associated with NHA and working with ABDM. He is a strategic thinker, adept at identifying opportunities for improvement, and a skilled communicator who has overseen global teams and provided invaluable insight to senior stakeholders. Please welcome Mr. Amitabh. Our next panelist, Ms. Tanya Dhanasar, founder and CEO of Zoe Nutrition Private Limited. She is an embodiment of entrepreneurial brilliance. For the past 8 years, she has steered Zoe Nutrition and a flourishing D2C brand revolutionizing the healthy food and beverage industry. A Shark Tank India Season 2 finalist, a designer and a marketer, her journey spans prestigious roles at Reliance Brands and Myntra. As a resident creator, Tanya Chambers champions customer happiness, scaling business efficiently, and nurturing happy workplaces. We welcome you, Tanya. Our next panelist, Ms. Malavika Sengupta, co-founder of Team Strategize, has over 27 years of marketing experience and has launched and handled brand expansion for an education company. She has been instrumental in spearheading brands across the country and managing relationships with international partner network. We are eager to know what she has in store for us. A warm welcome to her. Our next panelist, Mr. Kulbhushan Chawla, it's a pleasure to introduce you, the founder of Kripagari Oils and Spices. Mr. Kulbhushan is a dynamic entrepreneur with a diverse professional journey. He commenced his career at Samsung, showcasing his engineering prowess for over 2 years. He then transitioned into entrepreneurship, venturing into Kripagari Oils and Spices. For 5 years, he has created a niche market and has been dedicated to promoting the richness of Vedic wisdom through authentic, healthy offerings. We welcome you, sir. A final panelist for today, Dr. Tarun Singh. With great pleasure, I can also say he's one of the incubators at the Innovation and Incubation Foundation, founder of Atma Care and Microgenetics. His career spans over 15 years in esteemed healthcare organizations, including Apollo Hospital, Fortis, Pyramid Healthcare. He has earned numerous accolades and awards for his exceptional contribution in the pharmaceutical and healthcare industry. We welcome you. Time to introduce the moderator for today's session, Mr. Tarun Gupta, who brings over 15 years of international expertise in medical and healthcare innovation, startups, and product development. His passion for health tech, biotech, medtech, and AI innovations to enhance global health is evident through his numerous awards and recognitions. With degrees in engineering and MBA, Tarun's technical progress spans medical research, AI, and a lot more. He's a mindful leader with cross-cultural empathy guiding teams effectively. We could not have found a better moderator for this session. Please welcome Tarun. With this, over to you, Tarun.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we have a decent crowd, and I know many of them. And thank you, Ruchi, for a wonderful introduction about all of the factors. I think one of the things I noticed that everyone has accomplished a lot in their own field, and they are all from different fields. Someone is working in oil and spices. My dear friend Amit comes from a technology background. Of them are from the topic of this today's panel is actually very interesting and very relevant when we're talking about new products, talking about new innovations, development. One of the key challenges we all face as an entrepreneur, even at a large organization, the key challenge is how do we take the product from lab to the market, and the next challenge is how do we take the product from market to new markets. And because every market is very challenging, every customer is critical, and it's very important to understand how this aspect of the business is dealt with. And as we have people from various backgrounds working on different products, technologies, so everyone in this panel fortunately will have a lot of experiences, personal experiences, professional experiences from the peer, that how they have failed and recovered and won the market, which is, I personally believe, is the hardest thing to do. I always say it's easy to build a product, but hardest thing is to win the consumer. And all of them are so distinguished and enumerated in the sense that they have, in some shape or form, have won the market. So big round of applause for all the panelists. And I am personally very excited, extremely energetic, despite having a heavy lunch. But this is going to be something where I'm going to learn a lot, and I'm sure everyone else who's there in the audience is going to pick up things which will help them in their own life, as well as, and most importantly, we all will learn from each other. So to begin, I've been given a job to moderate, which is to analyze what everyone is saying, ask them the right questions. So don't get offended if I have not asked the right questions. You can always answer it the way you want it, with the hope that audience gains out of it. So I'm going to start with the order which he started. I'm going to start with Dr. Kumar. Welcome on board, and glad to have you. And I was very fascinated, to be honest, to know that you are a cardiologist and you have your own pharma company, and you have built a product which you now want to take to a very difficult terrain, which is CIS. So my question as an entrepreneur as well as a moderator would be that what strategies, or how do you measure, or how do you build your way to understand consumer so that you can move into a local market and that to a difficult market like CIS?
Thank you. Thank you for the intro, Ruchi. Thank you for the welcome here, and thank you for all the panelists for being with us and sharing their thoughts. I think you wanted to complete the statement first. I already have a product in the CAS market. I'm not introducing. I'm going to share an experience with you regarding that. Part of what the equation is going to be about investing or going into any foreign market is how to approach the market and how to integrate yourself with them. So the first thing always that you have to look for me at least, is you should be able to understand what is the market, what is the culture of the people over there. Thankfully, I was there before my pharma company. I'm a cardiologist and I have a center over there in one of the countries from where I started. The first country was Uzbekistan, the city was Tashkent. And what was different from India to US, all Europe, is their entire medical system. Their belief of medical system starts with something known as sanatorium, or something known as a health clinic. So people over there do not go to hospitals when they're sick. They go to hospitals when they're ill. So they will put themselves in a hospital for 10, 15 days, just go on some random, for me at least, as being a Western doctor, random therapies. But over the course of the last 5 years that I've seen, it does tend to improve. So that was the premise, that I understood that these people are health conscious to some extent. The second part of the equation was, if you're talking about strategy, how do you devise a strategy for a person who's already healthy in the first place? So what we decided to do here was, one of the products that we wanted to launch in that country was something to do with sleep. Over the course of the first year of my practice, in all of Russian or Russian-derived countries, CIS countries, you do not get sleeping pills. You do not get any Valium or any of the other that are available in the market. To get them, you have to go to a government hospital, get a red card prescription, and then only you can get one of those things. So we figured, how can we break that market? Another thing here is valerian. It's actually a root, a flowering root, and everybody in this entire Russian premise, ex-USSR, has a valerian droplet in their homes. And what it is, it's like Sanjeevani Booty of India. It will be your anxiolytic, it will be your stomach pain reliever, it will be your antacid, if you have PMS, you take valerian. Everybody takes valerian for everything. Kuch bhi nahi hai, we'll let you know, I'll be fine. So what we figured was, how can we use that valerian and integrate something of our own and make something that's going to be working for us. So this was the first strategy we started working on. How can we use an existing product and make something better? So we added other products to that. We got into the team in India and we started thinking along the lines. So we got into L-theanine, we got into tryptophan, we got into melatonin, and we concocted a product. The most important thing with acceptability, or if you're trying to change that, is consistency. Valerian is a droplet. It's not a tablet, it's not a spray, it's not an injectable, it's just a droplet that people just squeeze out of it as a juice and start taking at their home. We kept our product in a droplet format, and we also added a spray mechanism so that you can use it as a sublingual spray. 3 years on, our revenues are immense. We are the #1 sold sleep aid in all of Uzbekistan. Pretty much Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, whatever country, any of the countries you go alive, you'll find it here. And this is the #1 sleep aid. So coming to the strategy part, the strategy that we saw here was, we do not want to change something which is already there. We are making some changes to improve it, keeping the core valerian intact, And that is what everybody understood. Valerian is there, only more powerful, more potent, and it works like a charm. So this is something that, what I call individualization of the strategy. We have a lot of products where we have individualized how to access it to the people, and some of them work for us.
Excellent. I think, thank you so much, Dr. Sumant. I think one of the key learnings that I had from this conversation is you have to understand the culture first. You have to understand the belief system of that particular thing. And sometimes it's not wise to go for a disruptive one, but an incremental one where you work on the existing product, work on it, and reinstate it to the same place for a better accessibility. And I think this is a great learning because as an entrepreneur, what we do as youngsters, we think that kuch tufani karenge is what we always believe in, but sometimes it's not the right way to go about it. And to go and actually sit next to a customer, understand the culture is where the heart of the strategy is. So thank you so much, and thanks for taking the effort of explaining us, enlightening all of us. So moving on, we have another dear friend of mine. Here it's also written, I call him doctor, but he's Mr. Rajiv Duggal, very charming young man, and also said old, but he's and prolific entrepreneur. That he's from your institute itself. He has studied here, and he's working on his own pharmaceutical business and working in products in nutraceuticals in derma application. So one of the questions that I have in my mind, which I would like you to elaborate on, is when you are working on this kind of product, which is difficult to go to the market, the acceptability can be critical. Although there are many companies in this, and there is obviously strong competition. So in terms of marketing, go-to-marketing, marketing strategies, as a veteran in this, and as well as a scientist, what kind of 2 cents or more cents you would like to give to young entrepreneurs or to government itself that one should adopt so that the success rate is higher? Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Tarun, for the question. To make the session or this talk on the lighter side, if I were to show you this bottle, you can see that this is half empty, half filled.
It's water.
It's water, half empty, half filled.
Yes.
Yeah. For everyone, it is half empty and half filled. I would say this is totally filled. Half with water, half with gases and air. It's all about the perception we have in mind to find the right gap. So for me to start with, I was competing with the likes of imported product. Now in India, when you talk about an imported product, they are the epitome of quality in front of a consumer. And being a pharmacist, I could really find what's the difference between an Indian and imported product. I went back to my books and saw that the only difference is the ingredient and the technology. Right? So, purpose was to recreate those products in India, use of the same ingredients which are imported, and even US, a company from Spain, from US, everybody imports the ingredients from each and every other country. So why not ask? Once it is made in Europe, shipped in India, imported in India, it's so-called imported product with good quality. Otherwise, they will also import herbs from Africa. We would also import herbs from Africa. So I recreated those products in India, and the other challenge was how to make this message reach to the consumer that there is no difference between an Indian product, Indian made product, and imported product, provided you use the quality ingredient and the technology. So competing with the likes of big skincare companies, FMCG companies, HUL, PG, that's one side, and big pharma companies, the top 10, most of them they have a dermatology division, and with the same dermatology division within that, they have a skincare division as well. They're putting moisturizer, serums, and everything. So the idea for us was that created a space value amongst the dermatologists and cosmetologists for 22 long years. And it's obvious that the irony is that once you leave that big chair of an international company and start your own company, the perspective of the dermatologist changes. आपको ग्राफ से शुरू कर रहे हो ना? So the thing is, but I was fortunate to have few dermatologists, in my favor to work on my concept, and that's the way we started, promoting our concept of our products through the dermatologist to the consumer. When a consumer goes from using any FMCG product or D2C product, the only person or the doctor in mind is a dermatologist. And whatever dermatologists would prescribe, they would believe it. It is a message from the God. It is surely going to work. We have done all the hard work on the product to make it more productive, more deliverable. And with the support of the dermatologist feedback, we also did the pre-market test. For example, if I think I want to make a vitamin C serum, being a businessman, I can put any vitamin C and make it and sell it. I can make money out of it as well. But here the question was to stand up to the expectation of a dermatologist because he is going to drive my concept. So that is how we move ahead with the skincare products, and as well as my learned colleagues, some of them are also aware that nutraceuticals primarily are for healthcare, general healthcare, cardiology. So only few companies have been working on nutraceutical for dermatology segment, and we are one of them. How to really trigger that concept of skinceuticals into, which is nutraceuticals into dermatology and to the dermatologist. And obviously, being an extrovert, and I have my own YouTube channel, I have my own Instagram channel. Through that, I have been giving public awareness how and a pharmacist as well. So how it is different, have a perception about an imported product and Indian product. Whenever you are choosing a tablet, it's a sport tablet or an imported tablet, such kind of awareness. Education is the key to change the mindset of a consumer. And being working from a remote side, you cannot do each and every one. So social media is one of the key elements I used in my, products promotion. So that's it for me.
Great. I think that was a very, very useful process. So what I understood from your conversation, just to summarize, one of the things is that we actually fall in trap that any company which is building a product from outside would be good. And Mr. Rajiv is a strong proponent that with the use of right technology, we can build indigenous products. But what I like most about the strategy, he talked about two-fold strategy, which I would repeat is you need to find a right channel partner. For example, if sir is making, a company is making something in nutraceutical, especially let's say for skincare, then to reach out to the consumer, you have to reach to a dermatologist. So dermatologist is essentially an influencer. Not an influencer, but also a person who a patient would listen to. If he's convinced, the consumer gets influenced. But the second thing, which is very close to my heart, and I think all of us should adopt, is that education. When you educate the public selflessly about the pluses and negatives and the harms and benefits of a particular product, as well as the long-term, short-term, and medium-term benefits of a product, through free channels like YouTube or any other social media, which is one can do without going to spending a lot of capital. I think that is where you are getting the consumer both from the doctor as well as for the education. Then he has to fall in love with your company and the product, and it has to become successful. So thank you so much for an unbelievable insight, and many thanks for. I think Mr. Rajiv wants to add one more point. I would love to.
See, speaking on the education front, I am a byproduct of DSIR and its pharmacy colleges are very limited. So my latest initiative was tying up with the DU colleges. DU colleges have a lot of tests coming across, and still I'm getting a lot of requests on that. So they said, sir, can you collaborate with us? I said, only this would be only in the form of kind. I'll give you my products, use them, and give you only one session. Two, on skincare, the right skincare. So what I feel student strength is the biggest strength amongst us. They may not be the right consumers, direct consumers, they don't have that money. but they'll help that message reach out to the family, friends, and everyone. And that effort is still continuing. I'm still going to participate in few of the other events. So thank you.
Now you all know why he's always so glowing spaces because he's using his own product and he's become his own ambassador. So glad to know that. Now I know the secret. Now the next person in panelist is my favorite panelist because her name is Tanya, and she is a partner, a founder at a company called Zoe, which is creating products to help people get fitter. And we were at lunch together. She did not take anything. She was observing others what the others are doing, and we have signed a pact together that she would help me lose some weight. So she's my favorite. So I'm going to ask her some difficult questions. So the first question to you, Ms. Tanya, is when you enter into two markets,
Sure.
which is new territory or new segment, I think the most important thing which we have all learned as entrepreneurs is profiling. It's psychological profiling or social human profiling, behavioral profiling, profiling of his attitude, belief system is talked about, the cultural system. So, as you have established your company for very long and you are making strong inroads into various territories, I would be, and including everyone in the audience, would be very happy to know that how do you approach this profiling part, and are there any tools or scientific ways or any other learning that you want to share to all of us? Thank you so much.
Sure. So I'm going to talk about how, if we want to enter any new market, it's very important for us to understand who our consumer really is. And most of the B schools or management studies only teach us about how to do a demographic profiling of our consumers. So what is a demographic profiling? And is a psychographic profiling, the kind of profiling that we use in Zoom. I'm going to tell you about this with a small example. So, we'll assume that I'm a company that wants to sell diabetic care products, and I have two outstanding innovations. And I have two consumers. One is called Tanya, and the other is called Tapasya. Now, I'll talk about the demographic profiling of both the consumers. So both Tanya and Tapasya are from Delhi. They live in South Delhi. They are both in their 40s. They are both diabetic. They are both postgrads. They both own a car. They live in their own house, right? So demographically speaking, both of them are the same. Now, if we talk about the psychographic profiling of Tanya and Tapasya, Tanya is into fitness and she likes listening to Luke Coutinho and Rujuta Devekar and Yasmin Karachiwala when she wants to understand how to form her fitness goals. Tapasya is also into fitness, but she likes to follow Baba Ramdev and she likes to go for more of holistic Ayurvedic treatments. Now I have two products, both are cutting edge and both are helping Tanya and Tapasya fight diabetes. The first one, I'm making this innovation up, is a smartwatch which is helping you monitor your glucose levels constantly. And the second profile is this amazing concoction of Ayurvedic herbs and noni juice and Kerala and Jamun juice, which has been introduced in the market for the first time. Now, I would like to ask both of you that who would you target for the first product, which is a smartwatch, and the second product, which is your Ayurvedic juice? Of course, like for the first one, I would, Tanya would be the first consumer I would like to target. And for my second product, Tapasya would be the first consumer I would like to target. So this is very important if we want to make sure that our product is reaching the right kind of target market. And this is how I would like to define what my market is. My market is not just a set of people living in the same geographic boundaries, you know. It's very important for me to understand what is the psychological profile of that person. What kind of media that person is consuming. Maybe Tanya is spending 5 hours a day on Instagram. Maybe Tapasya has subscribed to a Hindi national daily which she reads every day. Maybe Tanya is looking at videos of Alia Bhatt doing Pilates. Maybe Tapasya is looking at Baba Ramdev teaching Kapalbhati. So it's very, very important for us to know who our real consumer is and focus on that. So maybe so it's very important for us to understand our target consumer very well and make sure that we are reaching out through the correct media which she is consuming on a daily basis to be able to penetrate that market. And maybe in the future, when I launch buy products, I expand my category, I expand my market, I look at the other psychographical profiling of my consumers.
Thank you so much, Tanya, for excellent insights. I think you chose the name Tapasya very well. LinkedIn bio around there, so very well chosen name. But what you the larger point that you were trying to make makes a lot of sense. That even if you talk to five different individuals, everyone has a different behavior, different outset. Some people hate to run, some people enjoy running, some people are into yoga, some people are into different kind of food. So you cannot have a same strategy for all kind of people. So what essentially you are trying to tell is that you have to choose your customers behavior, choose the customer strategy very carefully and not paint them with the same brush essentially. And if you are diligent to understand the consumer, which comes through having real conversations with them, which is a very important customer discovery process. And I'm telling you, it's very laborious. We have all done it. We sometimes want to say that people living in West Delhi are like that, and we label that and we start selling the product. But you are up for failure. So if all of us can take 2 cents out of this and actually buy this in our own startup, I think we all will be hugely successful. And this shows in your growth of your own startup that you have reached a great height, and this strategy has really worked. Thank you so much. So moving on, next panelist, Ms. Malvi Sen Gupta. It's glad to have you here, and it's an honor to have your presence. And as I was having conversation with you over lunch, got to know about amazing things that you are doing to help such startups. And I must admit, with all respect, that we all have ideas there, but the real litmus test is execution. And most of us start an idea and we do reasonably well for a few months, but we realize after some time a lot of challenges, literally the muck hits the pan and then we are all stuck. And there are many things that we hit a startup, and there are a lot of challenges. And you as an entrepreneur, as I read your background and your portfolio, you have been helping startups in various areas, be it funding, be it marketing strategies, helping them get to mentors. So in the next few minutes, I would like you to particularly talk about what you think one should do as a startup so that the probability of success increases, and what kind of external support that one should always opt for, be it an environment that could help a startup to become reasonably successful.
Thank you, Chintan. You heard the other panelists talk about strategies and the ways or methods that they have used to take their products or services to the market. But young innovators, incubators, startups, they have great ideas. They do a lot of research, have come about, with ideas, but they are not connected with the market. And I don't know how many of you were in the session in the morning, and there was a discussion that happened that when you are an innovator or researcher, you are a specialist in that area. And how can you be a business person, therefore, right? But all of us face this reality of when we start something of our own, how do we make it successful? So, whether we should do it ourselves or take help of other external resources and specialists is something that can always be discussed and debated about. But the important thing is that we have to hit the market. So how do we do that? I want to give you an example. Now, when we are in our firm working with a lot of startups, there's a startup who has created a product, has come up with artificial limbs at a very low price. Yeah. So they have come up with this artificial limb and at a very low price. The young research person who has done it saw his father lose his limb and therefore he created one and all that. Now, when it came to actually marketing the product, the price was not accepted in the urban market because artificial limbs are sold at a very high price. If you go to hospitals, super specialty hospitals in our city of Delhi, and you try and sell it at a 2,000 rupees versus say a lakh and a half, that is being quoted as the price of an artificial limb. So this guy faced the problem. In spite of having a product that was tested, that was very good, effective, yet the pricing, and that's the last thing that we would have in our mind. We would think that a low price would help us enter into the market. So that example I took just to say and tell you what kind of struggles and what kind of challenges that we come across when we get into the market with innovative products. So therefore, either we do it ourselves or we take special help. It is important that we understand the market, do our research, do our analysis, evaluate whether we want to, whether it is working for us. And the last thing that I would suggest and would want you all to consider is having partnerships. If you as innovators and creators or ideators do not have the wherewithal to market the product, you could go for various type of cooperation. It could be strategic alliances. You could have partners, whether domestic or international, and let somebody else do the marketing for you. So that's what I think is something. The decision to decide which way you would like to go about is important, and professional help sometimes is required, and there's no harm in taking that professional help rather than trying and failing.
Hello.
Hello. So thank you so much, Ms. Sai. Very insightful. I always believe in this. I think everyone else believes in that one should always ask for help. But somehow I have personally observed, and everyone else must have done that once an entrepreneur becomes slightly successful, he starts thinking he's larger than life, and he starts behaving differently, he starts acting differently, and then the word help for him looks very insulting, and that is where I feel that he has already dug up his graveyard. And people like yourself who are saying that ask for help, I think that is the most important thing. If you do not ask for help, you are setting yourself up for failure. As we all know, probability of success of a startup is itself very low, and this we always realize when we hit the market, as you were saying, that even if theoretically it might look right, and that's where partnerships and strategic partnerships, which the same book that talked about is very essential, and everyone can reach out to her after this conversation, and I'm sure she will be able to help you out. Thank you so much. So we're moving on to our next panelist, Mr. Kulbhushan. Kulbhushan, glad to know you, and you are very different from all of us. You are very nicely dressed. That's one. And second, I realize that you are in the very unique field with oil and spices. I never personally thought about it because we get access to it freely to our mom and wife. So but you are into this business for very long, and we all are very excited and interested to know how, while you are building this product, when you want to take this product out to the market or the newer markets, how do you feel? How do you build acceptance? Because this has been there for a very long time in Oracle. We have been known for it for a very long part of history. And building an innovation, be it incremental, disruptive, or newer innovation, and getting into the hands of the consumer, as it will be very difficult. So, how to break the cliche? How do you go into the market and make money out of it and become sustainable?
Thank you. Indeed, I'm different because hearing all of you, I've been having so much of experience. I have very small speaking anything, but I'll just share what I have been able to do. So, in this product, especially this cold pressed oils, I would say it was less of an innovation, more of just resorting back to the traditional process. So basically, what I have done is that I have done nothing. So that is the speciality or the beauty of this project, that I have tried to maintain the sanctity, the process, the way that traditionally people used to manufacture the oils and the spices. And coming to the point of how it has reached people, it's the simple as Mr. Dugal said, by education. So this is the way, or the only way I have reached people and got it from 0 to 1 is through education. I mean, I don't know any marketing tactics also, and I have not done any innovation in the product. Many people told me that you can add something and make the product in a way that it's so. But I have kept it very simple. I mean, I've kept the simple oils, that is like the mustard oil or the sesame oil. So I have not done any innovation or different names to it. But what have got me from 0 to 1 is the education. I mean, educating people about the difference between the refined oils and the cold pressed oils. And people, we are not even aware that what is cold pressed oil. On internet there are 1,000 page article or 1,000 words article of cold pressed oil. But this one line is not mentioned that cold pressed oil is the oil which has been extracted at a temperature below 45 degrees Celsius. It's simple thing. So this is what I have tried to do, educate people, because I have always had an interest on the Vedic principles. So this is one way I thought that the Vedic principles can be communicated to the people. This one aspect that slow is good. So basically, the theme behind this project is slow is good. We manufacture the oil at a very low RPM. I mean, it's very beautiful to think that earlier people used bull to manufacture the oils on Kodo bolte. They could have used horses also. No? So when there were bulls, there were no horses. So, but why the bull was used? It was slow. It appears very inefficient. And even the oil which is extracted from the seed the yield is less. The percentage of oil which is taken out based on this process using food is less. But the oil is healthy. The fats are digestible. So these are the things which I am trying to communicate to people. And the second thing, the way I am taking it to the niche market or going ahead from one to next level is by empowering people to have to do this. I mean, I'm not visioning myself as being the market leader of this product. I'm not thinking that I'll be Coca-Cola of cream or oils. And I feel that the vision to expand it is empowering people to do the same. So because that's how traditional work. I mean, in traditional times there was not one product or one company selling all over the world. It was all decentralized. Every village, every town, every district had a decentralized system. So this is how I feel that it should be going ahead, and that's how I am taking it ahead is that I'm empowering people to do the same thing. I mean, I don't feel that only people are oil will be there all over the world. People can manufacture the oils in their area, and in this way, I think this can expand, and that's how the niche product or the traditional oil can reach the whole world.
Excellent. I think fantastic conversation. So just one good news for all the pharmacy students that it's not at all important now to do an MBA, because what I like from Mr. Kulbhushan is that simplicity, authentic communication with no jazz and no froth around it can make all the difference. And when he was talking, I could see the embodies simplicity, honesty, and one of the things he said when you go from 0 to 1, it's a marketing jargon, but it says when you take this first step forward, when you educate the person about the pros and cons and how the process is built with all the authenticity, without all the excluding all the marketing things that you see on television, is where you create a differentiation. And I think I also personally believe that when you are honest to the consumer always reward you. And that's a beautiful conversation. I would personally like to stay in touch with you because I personally we all, yeah, I think it's a, yeah.
So, a small question. Is this process of yours, creating jobs as well, you're getting it done to the villagers, so that another opportunity added point is creating jobs to the villagers.
Yes.
Secondly, I only recollect one thing, during my childhood, we used to have these badam rogan. I think that's also made by the process, and my mother used to take to a shop and he had that wooden jar and he's just moving that spatula for this. So I think we are so much turned to the basics, which gives the purity of these products. Rather than we commercialize, there are a lot of preservatives added, and that's what I got into actually.
Yes, very nice point, rather, because as I mentioned, the yield is less and the time taken is more. So actually, the job creation is more because the load of machines is very less here. So yes, exactly. I mean, and, even the spices which we are trying to make is actually through the hand during the stone farm process. So lots of jobs are created, and in addition, that's the whole point of my not becoming the only manufacturer by empowering people to have their own machines and start making the process. Rather, frankly speaking, the, the setup in which I am manufacturing the oils is quite expensive. And the way I'm selling the oil is 1200 rupees a liter of mustard oil, which is 4 times the market price, because I'm having a good project. But I'm sure if someone has a setup in a village where the land is cheaper, you can definitely make it more accessible to people. So yes, definitely the lot of offer there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rajiv, for the second question. So moving on to Dr. Tarun. We share the same name, so I will ask a very simple question, but a very profound question. We were having a very deep conversation during our lunch. So my question to you is, when a healthcare product or a service looks out for a market expansion, where do you see the role of uh, medical safety or medical error, and how an entrepreneur needs to be cautious about it as we are moving towards a 5 trillion economy and the pharma industry is growing at an exponential rate? I think personally, and this opinion is actually part of other opinions as well, that medical errors, medical safety, compliance, adherence, and many other, because you are a pharmacy professional yourself, you come from an elite institution, JSS, and you've done your PharmD, and you're truly established as an individual. And your points on this, so that when we move at a breakneck speed, we do not eliminate or do not ignore such important topics. What is your point of view on this?
Thank you, Tarun, for asking this. This is a topic really heart because you were asking about medication safety, medical errors. I have never seen in my life who was looking for this medical errors. When I opted this profession, because when I joined Apollo Hospital back in 2009, over there I learned about this medical error exactly happening, and then further I learned so many facts and figures what is actually happening in this. Medical error is a term which that means viewers. And think about it. WHO has ranked this, along with this antimicrobial resistance, 8 global cause of death. 8 leading cause of death. And wonderfully, WHO has also highlighted this medical errors and this antimicrobial resistance as a key bullet in the last week was highlighted. And India, we see that before the COVID, it was a part of NLP. Recent NLP, we see that environmental changes are equal for this time. But AMR and medical errors somewhere directly linked with this environmental change. How? This is what I learned during my practice in Apollo Hospital, and then I moved to further studies in DSIR. Over there, we practiced in the government headquarters. We had seen the changes. Over there in the government headquarters, the patient was on a single bed, the patient was lying because they were not having a bed. Even we have seen the patient was sitting, they were lying on the floor, and we are giving that thing on that place. And currently, what I'm talking is, I'm not talking that thing who are not able to afford the medical facility. I'm talking about those who are able to afford that medical facility, even though they are becoming a victim of this medical fraternity. Why? All of you has given a very important point. Mr. Kulbhushan, Gatiji, Karim, and Dr. Srivastava also has said that, and also that right information. Everyone has picked the point, right information. That's what I believe pharmacy practice is the end, where from beginning, that from the molecule that has been established, it is been done that in vivo, in vitro studies, then F&D and everything, R&D and everything, and clinical trials has been done. But pharmacy practice is what? They are implementing all the strategies which has been done, and it is giving right information to the end users. Who are the end users? Doctors and the consumers, patients. They are the end users. If we are not giving right information to the end user, it is definitely going to impact them. Recently, the COVID, we see that amphotericin B goes. We know that amphotericin B is highly light-sensitive drug. That amphotericin B is very costly drug, and it has major adverse effects. Eliminating that at this point, I'm not talking about the adverse effect point now, but the thing is, issue was that end user was not consuming it with the right information, which is leading to several kind of medical errors, because they were paying for the medical, they are paying for the medical facility, and at the end, what is happening? They are not getting the right treatment just because of single not available of information. So that's what we are changing the trend. So being establishing as a medication information centers, being a leading clinical pharmacologist, what we are doing is we are making strategies. For every drug, we have made strategy, especially for the high risk drugs. For all high risk drugs, we have established policies, how to use it, how to consume it, everything. Even including the most important point is how to prescribe it. Doctor cannot deny that prescribing policy, because we are sitting in a DTC policy, DTC committee, drugs and therapy committee. Someone call it as a pharmacy therapy committee, but we call it as a drugs and therapy committee. In that, we all stakeholders sit together and make the policies that how to prescribe, what are the standards of prescribing drug, and how to consume it, how to formulate it, and how to dispense it, as well as how to administer it, what time to administer it to the patient. Everything we have standardized, especially for the whole the high risk medication, and after that from high risk medication we are moving to the like Lassa drugs. We have established lookalike drugs, sound like drugs. Even yesterday also we got the dispensing as from my pharmacy, but it was they had dispensed
tramadol in spite of dispensing amsetol. Why? The whole packaging was the same. It was a look like that. So we made the policy for that. We had colorized, we had given yellow color for look-alike drugs. Unfortunately, that was not early detected because new formulation has developed, new packaging came, and it made us that error. Although we kept separately, but I don't know how pharmacists had kept it together. So luckily that nurse has observed that. So this is the way, there is so many processes are there where we are eliminating the errors. And moreover, Chintan also has pointed out one thing, that when we are talking about the psycho profiling of individuals, so that's what we do in our day-to-day practice. What we do, we provide personalized care. How the personalized care is provided? That individually what exactly they are needing. Because we know when a patient is getting sick, whether they need any antibiotic or any particular high drugs, high risk drug, especially steroids, if they require that thing or not. That's what everything we check out. And then once we have been authentically signed on that prescription, then only the medication will be dispensed to the patient. As these medicines are not going to be dispensed to the patients. So this is what we do in day-to-day practice. This is a complete strategy we are making so that right doses, right drug, right information should reach to the right patient. That's what our concern is. So I think with this we can eliminate several medical errors and the medication safety can be enhanced. And moreover, more and more awareness will be created. I think this is the best platform where we can create awareness among pharmacists also. Because pharmacist is the right person जहाँ पे medicine patient care दी जाती है. अगर वहाँ पर right information नहीं दी जाएगी तो pharmacist is not just to dispense medicine. They are the person who are releasing the right information to the patients. So clinical pharmacy is definitely there. So with these, I think we should move ahead with the further panels because we have a lot of time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karan. To start with the talk, I was literally appalled and shocked to know that we are on the wrong side in terms of leading the third or eighth number as we talked about in terms of medical error. But I like the way an intellectual like you, as a practitioner, as well as thinking how to approach this problem. And some of the thought processes that are captured while you are talking, it is about providing the right information. The second thing which I really liked about is how do you build a process where each step is where a person is accountable, and that comes through discipline. And one of the things you said is that it's not about execution, it's also how do you strategize that what kind of information has to be dispensed to the patient and to the doctor, or key stakeholders will eventually play an important role to eradicate or eliminate medication error. And more than the last point, I think what you said was when you look at things at a personalized level, then things radical change. Thank you so much, Dr. Dhawan, and I know you wanted to speak more, but I think we have limited time and we have the last panel, which is already here to throw us out. But so I will. So we'll just wrap up in 5 minutes. So we have my very dear friend, Mr. Amit. He's not a doctor or a pharmacist. He's very different from us. He's a technologist, and it was very important for us to have Amit's point of view because he's looking at it world very differently because we are all very technologically oriented. Amit comes with 15 years of experience in technology work, helped in setting up technology at AIIMS Jammu. He was the first person and played a very seminal role. And the outcome is that AIIMS Jammu was going live very soon technologically. And then as good things happen to good people, he was immediately absorbed and captured by NHA, which is National Health Authority, which is execution agency for Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission to implement digital health across state medical district level hospitals, and he's sitting in the headquarters and very dear friend of mine. And so question to you is very pertinent, although we have discussed this and we have exchanged notes, but still I will ask so that you can lighten the whole entire audience. So when we talk about a new startup or a new technology which is coming and they want to enter into markets or go into hospitals. So how do you, as a healthcare professional, as an IT professional, what do you think is going on in the Ayushman Bharat Distribution or NHA that one should be aware of, and how government can facilitate or help startups so that they can reach to new markets with least inertia and least resistance, so that they can grow to the faster level as part of innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dharan, for being so modest, right? Being a part of ABDM, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, it is a very privilege, I would say. This is the flagship project from Government of India. The project is about the digitalization, or it is based on the concept of interoperability. For example, a patient who is getting treated in a facility in Kashmir, right, where he goes to Kanyakumari, he doesn't need to carry the burden of all the files with him. All the records are digitally stored with the help of a unique ID, which is called Aadhaar number, Ayushman Bharat Health Account it is called. And as of today, we have successfully created around 47 crore of Aadhaar IDs. Then there is linking of records. There are key components of ABDM as well, which is around health facility registry. Any hospital, any pharmacy, lab can register into that. Then we have digital solution companies as well. For example, HMIS vendors, if I will say, they need to make their software as per our guidelines. Our software or our guidelines are very standard in nature based on ICD codes, interoperability, FHIR coding standards. So once that it means a closed ecosystem between healthcare facilities, hospitals, labs, pharmacies, government agencies, where the data can be exchanged very easily. One point, there is a myth that the government will steal the data or whatever it is. It is not at all. It is based on a federated architecture. The data is with the facility who is created. For example, if a patient visits Max Hospital, the records will be with them. Patient is the owner of the data. And I records digitally. If I'm visiting per se Vedanta, right, and doctor wants those, the history of those documents, the request will trigger to me. I will give a consent with a pin or something. It will either hit my health locker or the max facility where I have shown up earlier. And it is time bound, maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I can give access to the other doctor. Right? The doctor can only see that other doctor will not be able to store. It is purely patient-oriented, which I will say. So we are working in the direction of a very closed ecosystem. And like Tarun said, there are challenges working for throughout the India. We are facing that, but yes, there is acceptance when we on ground visit to the facility, make them aware about the benefits and clarify certain myths. There are certain engagement programs which happen, and I would say that it's also a bit difficult to bring the all of sudden change as well. Change is very difficult, so we go with the slow change. Um, Per se, I have seen few doctors reluctant, typing digitally. But once that person starts doing it after maybe 1 month or 2 months, that person will adapt to it. This is what the best I would say it should be there. And lots of innovators, I would say, integrators are panel with us. They are making their softwares which are compliant to us, and those softwares are getting used in hospitals, pharmacies, or agencies or pharmacies. I mean, all the stakeholders are associated with us. So it is a big ecosystem. We are working with, I think, more than 10 to 15 vendors, big top 4 IT companies as well. It is a massive project, I would say. For example, when it started with Aadhaar, right, there was nothing, there were lots of if and buts. But now we can see the fruits of Aadhaar maybe after 10 years. We can relate that just with Aadhaar, KYC is done so easily that you don't need to visit a store for the same, or for opening a bank account, you don't need to visit there or wait for a couple of days. Also, UPI payments, it has made our life very easy.
So similarly, concept is UHI, Unified Healthcare Interface, which is in health. It will create a marketplace where all the stakeholders will be interacting with each other. So that's what. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Amit. I think excellent points. Government itself taking up a massive task to radically change the healthcare system, and it's a difficult change. That's why it's important to have amazing change makers like Amit to be part of NSA, so that they can drive this through. And as it's an important initiative for us to become IT enabled in across our hospital. So thank you so much, and I think with this we are done with all panelists. And we are at the end of our time as well. And thank you all for all the insights. I'm sure we could have captured many more insights from you all, but we have limited time. And all the people in the audience can speak to you personally if you allow, and they would love to hear from you. Over to you.
Thank you, Tarun. So as we conclude this enlightening discussion, it's evident that the pursuit of taking innovations to new markets has a multifaceted approach. And the panelists here shared their insights and shed light into strategies, what obstacles, and also the opportunities that could come with expanding horizons. So, thank you on behalf of Digital Innovation Incubation Foundation, DSIR, CRTDH, and the entire university. As a token of gratitude and respect, I would like to invite Professor Geeta Agrawal, Professor Deepthi to please come on the stage and felicitate our guests. Please, ma'am. Starting with our first panelist, Dr. Srivastava, please join us ahead for the felicitation. Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. Ms. Tanya, please join us. Ms. Tanya. Thank you. Mr. Rajiv, please join us for our felicitation. Mr. Kulbhushan Chhabra, please join us in felicitation. Ms. Manavika Sengupta. Thank you for your insights, ma'am. Please join us on the stage for felicitations. Thank you, sir. Ms. Manavika Sengupta, please join us on the stage for felicitation. Mr. Anand Khanna, thank you for your insights, sir. Please join us. Final panelist, Dr. Shadil Singh, please thank you for your insights. Thank you. I think let us all come together for a group photograph. I'm sorry, I forgot felicitation of the most important person. Not just for this particular panel, but with Tarun. It's kind of like जो घर का होता है आप उसे भूल जाते हो. So probably that's the reason. So apologies, Tarun. So Tarun has been instrumental a lot of panelists. I know a lot of you, in fact, most of the panelists here would know Tarun. He's that sort of a dynamic personality. So thank you so much, Tarun, for all the efforts that you have put for us.
Priyanshu.
Moving ahead with our next panel discussion, I will please invite Dr. Ramanpreet Kaur. Handing over to you, Dr.
Very good afternoon to all. I request briefly to escort all the panelists and the moderator for the next session.
Hello.
It gives me immense pleasure to start our next panel discussion on the theme Protecting Your Innovation Intellectual Property Strategies for Healthcare Startups. I, Dr. Ramanpreet Kaur, Assistant Professor Dipsru, is going to be the facilitator for this session. And this is the time to introduce our worthy panelists and the moderator of the session. So first panelist we have here is Dr. Sohila Kapoor. Dr. Sohila Kapoor manages Health Save Today, a health tech organization that supports patients and their healthcare journey. Dr. Sohila Kapoor is basically a neuroscientist and public health specialist. She has been the research lead at the Tata Trust and other reputed public health organizations over the past decade. Thank you so much, Dr. Sohaila Kapoor, for being the panelist today. We appreciate your time. Now, moving on to our next panelist. Our next panelist is Mr. Rahul Bagga. Mr. Bagga is the founder and managing director of Umira. He is a registered Indian Patent and Designs Act agent. He aims to help startups, MSMEs, and large corporations adopt more practical approach to IP rights while providing honest and candid opinions on all IPR matters. He is having 14 years of experience in patent law practice across various countries. He is also a mentor to startups in several Indian incubators. He holds an MS DIC in Advanced Chemical Engineering from Imperial College, London. Thank you so much, Mr. Bagga, for being a panelist for today's session. I appreciate your time. Our next panelist is Mr. Vijay Kumar Shivpuje. Mr. Shivpuje is Director of Fatlex Business Solutions, a knowledge process outsourcing firm practicing in patents and designs. He is the CEO of EduLiteracy and online education platform. He is having 18 years of experience in pharma corporates, law firms, and consultancies in the IPR field. He is holding Master of Pharmacy degree, MBA, and LLB, and is also a registered patent agent in the Indian Patent Office. Thank you so much, Mr. Shivpuje, for being the panelist. I appreciate your time. Moving on to our next panelist, Mr. Praveen Kumar Bhagat. He is co-founder of startup named Uranics Lab, who is working on a groundbreaking technology for blood diagnostics using machine vision. With a drop of blood, they can do CBC in less than 10 minutes. During the time of Corona pandemic, he has also helped the government of India build contact tracing app Corona Kavach or Arogya Setu. He is IIT Delhi alumnus and has also joined Stanford India Biodesign. He is also our incubator at Dipsero Dip. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Bhagat. I appreciate your presence here. Now moving on to our next panelist, Dr. Deepti Pandita. Dr. Deepti Pandita is professor in the Department of Pharmaceutics, DSIR, Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University, New Delhi. She is also coordinator for Center for Advanced Formulation and Technology, a DSIR funded center. She has over 40 years of teaching and research experience, and she has received FCG postdoctoral fellow from the Portugal University. She has received many prestigious grants like DST Quiz, DST CRTDH. Her area of research includes nanomedicine and nanotheranostics, bioconjugates, drug discovery and repurposing, 3D printing for personalized medicine, nano-mediated targeted delivery of phytochemicals. Dr. Deepti has been included in the top 2% of most cited scientists list released by Stanford University for over 4 consecutive years. Thank you so much, Dr. Deepti, for being the panelist today. I value your time. Now, last but not the least is the time to introduce our moderator of the session. I welcome Mr. Saurabh Trivedi. Mr. Trivedi is director at Atexia Intellectual Property Consultants Private Limited. He is also founding member of Venture Board Angel Investment Mentor of Change at AIM, Niti Aayog, Session Trademark Attorney. He is legally advising to many startups, corporates, innovators on various issues related to intellectual property and has extensive experience in all aspects of intellectual property laws with special emphasis on filing, prosecution, and enforcement of trademarks, copyrights, and design. Also, he has worked with international law firms for supporting innovators to protect and expand business globally. I value your time, Mr. Trivedi. Now he is going to be the moderator for this panel discussion. Over to you, Mr. Trivedi.
Thank you, Dr. Manpreet, for this wonderful introduction of my panelists and for myself as well. So, first of all, I just would like to thank to Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, DSIR, Ministry of Science and Technology, for organizing this wonderful initiative of Chintan Shivir. So probably I think this is the right topic which we got, and I think I got the right panelist for this wonderful topic of protecting your innovation, intellectual property strategies for healthcare startups. So startup being like these are some young Indian companies, or probably you can say that outside world as well. Okay, and being into the healthcare space, like after this pandemic or COVID, I think probably lots of the startups coming with their new innovations or new medical devices, medical technologies, and they just think of to protect them in the way of intellectual property files. But yes, absolutely, we just going to talk about the strategies, how we are going to build this startup in this space, and probably how this space is going to be a bigger in outside India as well. So first of all, I would like to thank all the panelists for having the wonderful, like for their time. So I'm going to start with Mr. Vijay. So probably because you have a wonderful experience, more than 18 years. So in this pharma, corporates, law firm, and consultancy, even in this idea field. So I would like to hear about your insights of evaluation of this idea practices in India and its relevance for business today. So that is for you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, sir, for this, I would say, wonderful panelists that we have lined up here. And I'm, I would say, privileged to be part of this. Although I have got 18 years experience, I believe very young at heart, actually, and especially if you are in IT, and you're dealing with innovation specifically, and in terms of the startups or the innovations that are happening. Typically from a startup perspective, or especially from the life sciences industry perspective, I would like to mention here in IT is like a huge elephant. Everyone sees it very differently as such. And two major aspects that we need to focus on actually, it's just not about protecting your invention, also about respecting the third party innovation aspects. Because when you think of IP as a strategy, or maybe for startup or maybe even for university, it always means thinking about the protection part. But then before that, I think as a society, even for the students, from the students' perspective, it's very essential to understand that respecting third party IP is also very critical and very important. Because and this is crucial for startups because maybe at a university level, we are thinking of doing research, protecting it to some extent for the ranking purpose. But when you think of a startup, you are going to launch your product in the market. There it is, it is very significant that you should have understanding of the IP actually, and you should protect the third party. As well as IP gives a lot of insights when you are into business, into I would say the startup ecosystem manager, because it also gives you an idea of who are your competitors. So IP is a very nice strategic tool for the competitive intelligence and business. So that's how I like start the discussion for this.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay, Mr. Vijay. So I think following up a question on this, I just wanted to ask you, like probably how this Indian ecosystem, if I'm just talking about the healthcare space, the Indian ecosystem, and they are like just copying the formulation. What do your think or recommendation for these kind of practices which is running in this healthcare space, or by the startups, which are probably not knowing about this intellectual property at all?
As far as healthcare domain is concerned, I would say, as per the IT, we are kind of much ahead compared to other industries. Because pharmaceuticals is like Indian pharma is a global powerhouse, and we support to work with IT. So the biggest pharma company in India, almost 18 years back, it is. So 18, 20 years back, many major corporates have. So we have moved from that time. What you mentioned is generics, or in layman terms as copycat, to a specialized product, maybe not into discovery, but maybe more into products, specialized products, more into delivery system. there is definitely innovation. It's just not about the copycats or generics. And I think I also may have a next panel we should be speaking about more on the regulation part. They can also throw some insights into this. But then, okay, maybe 20 years back again, we were at that stage where we were more bothered about FT and freedom to operate, right? Because we didn't have much showcase as innovation. There was much of a, but that's some every industry goes in, like initially it's about making product, then you do some innovation. And if I look at pharma industry and in the last 20 years, we are at a stage, that's a transition stage, I would say, wherein we are focusing more towards innovation. And we know what I would say the biggest industry that got benefited because of the lockdowns or COVID, definitely healthcare startups, pharmaceuticals, and the licenses. So we are moving in that direction. But yeah, our genes need, we always try to compare ourselves to others. School में भी हमें बस वही पढ़ाया जाता है, कि top कैसे बनना है, topper कैसे बनना है. We're never told to collaborate, and that's where I think we are really lacking in terms of collaborations and innovation as far as the startups are concerned, or even the companies or the research institutes are concerned. So that's how it has progressed, and definitely when we are probably when we are speaking about 5
Can I ask you to speak into
yeah.
the mic? Speak into the mic, move mic.
Okay. Yeah. Now, so we are discussing about 5.5B2 today probably, and I'm confident that maybe after 5 or 10 years, probably we are doing a similar event and we would be having the same or similar discussion on drug discovery, which is the actual innovation we call into healthcare or pharmaceutical. That's how it has been transitioned, I would say, last 2 decades.
I totally agree with you on this perspective from the startup point of view. So just coming to Dr. Suhaila, you being a neuroscientist, can you share your perspective on the importance of IT drives in this healthcare and technology sectors, given your experience at the intersection of these fields?
Thank you so much, Saurabh. It's a pleasure to be here. And I would have loved to see a lot more students because this is extremely important for them. But I know when I was back in also university, coming for seminars and sessions wasn't always the most fun thing. But since we are having a very healthy conversation here, and since I come from the health tech startup fraternity, so let me first tell you a little bit about what we do, and probably move from there into why is IT and how is IT important for us. So Health Save Today, which is the company which I founded 2 years ago, we are I would say like healthcare data analytics platform. Our focus is to enable patients to be able to manage their own healthcare history, exactly aligned with the Ayushman Bharat digital mission. So we are one of their incubated startups. And have this historical information in a very analyzed, palatable, insightful manner available to them to make early and timely decisions. Now in India, healthcare is a very touted, I would use the word touted, but also talk about topic, whether it's healthcare accountability, it's healthcare delivery, it's healthcare services, healthcare manufacturing, it's pharmaceuticals. Now, before I get into this, I just want, and I'm very much in agreement with what the earlier speaker said. It's a very interesting quote by pharmaceutists, who talks about how social good, a social product, should be only protected up to a certain degree through for a personal, kind of a good. But beyond that, if there is a larger common good, you should not take it away from the like entire population because there is a personal motive. But keeping that in mind in healthcare is extremely important because we are not building products which are for a very easy usage. When it comes to healthcare, there are extremely essential and I would say it's a life-saving thing, right? So there is no individual in the entire world who's not affected by healthcare. All of us need healthcare services, products, delivery, and also goods. And the question really becomes how do you make health technology, while being protected, easily accessible to everybody? Now, in my own startup, we focus specifically on towards mental health and pediatric mental health. That's also because I have a background in that space. And one thing we realized, what the earlier speaker alluded to, was that collaboration is extremely essential. Now, while we are at the core of building a really interesting technology product, we are collaborating with several other ecosystem partners, which means IP for us, while it is important, we are also sharing access to this healthcare information, to healthcare data, to healthcare processes, to algorithms. And I think there, working in the collaborative spirit becomes extremely essential. IP generates, creativity and innovation is what we've all heard. That's how, why IP is actually essential. But at the core of healthcare is actually collaboration. One organization cannot do everything. I cannot build a product which will take care of innovation, delivery, accountability, service, marketing, customer service for 1.4 billion people. I wish I could and I had the funding for it, while you're called a startup, you can't. So I think just keeping that in mind that for a healthcare and a health technology startup, collaboration is highly essential, which is where patents may not be the way we go. We believe more going towards the, having a trade secret. And I'm sure this, community, and especially my very august colleagues on the, podium, understand that there are different ways in which you can actually take care of your interests and protect your, internal, your USP. Now, patenting of algorithms and code is not possible. None of the countries, India, UK, or India, do not allow you to, we're not allowed to patent software. When it comes to AI in healthcare, which is also something we are really working towards, you cannot patent ML algorithms, but you can copyright or have a trade secret, and you can patent a training data system, which becomes very interesting for us. Now, there are certain caveats to this. The training data set needs to be original and completely human authored, which becomes a problem because you have AI, you have a generative AI, now which we are all talking about generating large volumes of data. So it's a fine balance between protecting your IP, finding the right methodology of this particular, whether it's a trade secret, it's copyright, and also collaboration. And I think some more conversations will come up as we move. And I like to pass the mic to as I spoke for too long.
Thank you.
But it's a very interesting topic. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your insight about this healthcare and AI. Just coming to Rahul. Rahul, I just wanted to ask you or to understand, as a mentor to startups in various Indian incubators, what are some common challenges that emerging businesses face in protecting their IPs, and how do you advise them in addressing these challenges?
All right. You asked the core of my services actually. See, startup has 100 rupees and they have to spend all of it on products. So me as an IP attorney, I'm not an IP evangelist, and I don't go out say ye file kar do, ye kar do, and solve your problem of investment and fundraise. It never really goes like this. But you have 100 bucks, and businesses are being built in WeWork or other co-working spaces, right? There is an element of intellectual property. So what we have found out is what we have actually thrown out is the notion that there is something called as IP strategy. Okay, ये panel का title है IP strategy, but I generally dislike this term because there is only one thing, which is business strategy, and IP must load onto it. IP के around business नहीं बनता है, business के around IP बनता है. With that notion in mind, we have helped startups. There are Dr. Kapoor mentioned about algorithms, for example. You have to protect your IP not even from the outside, even from the inside, your colleagues, your employees. There's a lot of attrition going on. Do you have strong contracts, for example? There needs to be a 360-degree view on IP for the startups, right policies in place, for example. Patents, for me, come later at a substantial stage, actually. Even for, even for patents, we have a way where we say, okay, is the patent that we are going to file for you, is it going to be pivot-proof? Startups pivot, a lot of them, right? You cannot be filing a patent for each pivot when your code is safe. So we also work from that angle. But another notion that startups and businesses should get, that there is a subliminal or even sometimes brazen difference between product and invention. A product is not an invention. A product is an embodiment of the invention. Can your patent filing, for example, convey that? Number one. When it comes to say things like trademarks and copyright, startups, founders in early 20s, they come up with some other name, right? And by the time they're late 20s, the logo changes. And they're filing trademarks at different intervals of their ages. I've seen it so many times. So we don't advise them to file logo, for example, at the beginning. We tell them to go for a broader protection. So the point is, how do you maximize this 10 rupees they're going to spend on IP and legal? And there are practical approaches to it. And there need to be an honesty about it to the startup as well. They need to be told, patent is not what is going to build your business. It is just like several other barriers that you build around your business to protect it from it being trespassed by other people. That's about it. And one giveaway I give to all the, sometimes startups come to us and they say, patent file kar diya, kuch hua nahi. So I'm like, you take a mediclaim and you don't regret the issa accident nahi hua. So, or I did catch on fire and my insurance got wasted. So the startups need to look at IP at that level. You file it. If nothing happens, maybe it's so good, because then there is an angle of regulation, enforcement, a lot of other things, and your mind cannot go there, right? So there are times when startups do pick up portfolio strategies when they find a lot of IPs, which is usually comes with VC money. But from the early stage startups, my opinion and advice is bang on to consider these aspects of the business and only file or only indulge in IP practices when it fits with your business and have strong legal documentation and contracts within and outside the organization.
Thank you, Rahul, for this wonderful, what you can say, probably a mentoring sessions for this startup, probably which you are going to advise these startups that you should file the IPs. But yes, absolutely, see about those IPs when it is going to enforce on others or at what time exactly. So coming on to, because we do have a panelist and a startup with us as well, Mr. Praveen. So Praveen, as a startup, I just wanted to understand what about your, in terms of IP challenges or opportunities which you have identified in the startup space, or what exactly you facing to protect these?
Thank you. I think we have a wonderful panelists pointing out on each and every important aspect. Right from the opportunities we started. So I'll start with the opportunities. So particularly whenever there are two startups, right? So one has a patent, the other does not, and working on the same idea, right? So the person having a patent will always be valued as compared to someone not having a patent. So that, I mean, it's not just about starting up. Whenever you go, so one is on the competitive landscape side, where you start by claiming that, by saying that you have some novelty which any other company does not possess. The second is that, of course, the most important part is whenever you go to raise your funds, right? The first thing, if you say that you have a patent, it gives you an edge over any other competitors. So if you have to look at the opportunity, so that's one. Whenever you go to the market, right, it also helps you to go globally, right? If you have a patent which is protected, not just nationally, but internationally, it helps you in many ways.
right? It also helps you get, say, international investors. Probably if you are a local business having no patent, working just in India, you might not get that opportunity. So in that terms, you have a very, very huge opportunity that you can create. So it is essentially a moat that you're creating for yourself. And particularly speaking about healthcare startup, because I come from healthcare domain. So just to give you a brief, we are building point of care blood diagnostic device. We take 2 drops of blood and give you CBC results in less than 10 minutes. So when I say that, overall it looks very disruptive, but disruption has to have a meaning. And for that, you need to file all your, all your novelty and anything that you have while you're developing the solution, anything that you feel can be patented, right? You are basically going ahead because again, so and that is where the problem starts, right? That it's not that easy that if you have a very vague idea, you can actually file a patent. So there are a multiple list of things which needs to be checked before actually even filing a patent, right? So the first thing that of course it has to be very novel, it has to be commercializable, right? And so you also have to see that does that kind of product exist in the market. So and if they are also doing in the similar line of work, how you are basically doing something different. So and all that has a problem. It takes time, it takes people, it takes money, and so these are all again. So these are problems, but essentially creating a larger opportunity when it comes to say IP. And IP is also like a different form. One of the patent that we usually widely accepted form again. So we had another panelist pointing out the trade secret, right? So that is another way. You also go about trademarking, copyright. So as a startup, we need to understand, and also our panelists pointed out that IP is built around business, right? You cannot. It's not the other way around. So the first thing as a startup, we need to first understand that whatever the area that we are in, we need to first solve a problem first, and then essentially creating a moat around it in order to make sure that you are not challenged. So it's not. So you also are creating a defense for yourself. So for me, I think that's what the challenges and opportunities are, particularly from a startup point of view.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ravi. So coming back to you, Rahul, I just wanted to ask you, like, people are talking about this Shark Tank nowadays, Dragon's Den. Probably the startups, when they are going to come to the investor panel, and they are going to say that they do have a patent. Okay. But I think probably due diligence or after coming out or understanding the perspective that you don't have a patent, it's just a file application. So what's your point in this? What exactly is happening in Shark Tank or for these startups who just saying that they do have a patent, but exactly they don't have it? Okay, or the technology which they have protected, but the concept is typically different from what they have exactly protected. So what's your point on this?
I will sort it out with this to you with 2 case studies. I'm not going to name names, okay? Slide में पूछ लेना. So there is one company very popular, robotics. Now they file a patent. Robot के ऊपर patent कैसे डाला है? Robot है, उसका head है, उसका torso है, उसकी legs हैं, उसके arms हैं. But the interesting thing about robot is everything is robotic. Arms भी robotic है, head भी robotic है, legs भी robotic है. But his main feature was actually a hand. It has an end effector to do a lot of things. And somebody took that hand in competition and planted it on a static machine. और वो hand अभी भी काम कर रहा है. Same work as the other person is doing. Now this startup feels like they have a patent on their product. Okay? और जो market में उतरा है वो एक हाथ उतरा है. The main invention was in the hand. What was protected was the entire system. So basically he had nothing. So that's one aspect of it. So which is why there is a difference between product and invention. That is a product. This hand could be attached to a Maruti or bike. These are products. But invention is in the hand itself, right? Then you asked another angle through it regarding the patent file होता है और how do you they say it's granted. First of all, it's illegal. So you could be sent to penalized for it. So don't say it. Say patent pending, number one. दूसरा,
What is the right terminology if they have just filed? What should they write in terms in their forward decks or presentation? What they should write?
they should write patent applied for or patent pending. See, the right of patent is created only after it is granted. It's not like trademark law. The patent right is created only after it is granted, after the patent is allowed by Indian or any other patent office. So, to your investors, do not mislead. Due diligence में जब ये चीजें निकलती हैं, it goes against you.
Thank you, Doctor. So coming back to Ma'am Professor Dipti. So being an academician, yeah, no, please, if you would like to answer.
Okay, all right. ये question पूछा जाता है okay, idea patent हो सकता है क्या? See, if you look at the abstract sense of it, if I have an idea कि पानी से गाड़ी चलनी चाहिए, that is not patentable, right? But if you give me something workable, so I would say I will qualify the word idea with the word workable. A workable idea is patentable. Okay, so it cannot be an abstract conception. कि पानी से गाड़ी चलाएंगे, तो उस पे I'll lay claim on it. Say for example, you're pharmacist, biotechnologist, right? So for example, say you find a receptor that binds to a certain drug, right? Earlier, they used to allow you to claim the receptor. Receptor exists in the nature, right? So you cannot now you are not allowed to do it in Europe, for example, because you can only claim the drugs which will bind to it. Because patents are to support innovation. If we promote patents on abstract conceptions, you're stopping the entire exercise. You're putting brakes to it. So not the idea, but the workable idea. You must have, you come to me, Rahul, there is some water, you put some electrodes in it, we run some simulations on it, it shows some results, it may be patentable.
Thank you, Rahul. Coming back to Professor Dipti. I think probably academicians filing more patents, but they are not aware what exactly needs to be filed and what are the strategies. But apart from these, what exactly the challenges faced by the academicians from your perspective?
Okay, so we are talking about the intellectual property strategies for heritage startups. So the startups, I think they take the birth from the very students that are into academics. So if we, I'll first talk about if we will be able to solve the challenges that we face in academics when we talk about IP. So the initial challenges that startup faces will be solved. So the very first challenge which academicians face is the lack of supportive ecosystem and the limited resources. We do not have the funds or resources to protect our intellectual property or any innovation that we have. That is as a whole, like we're talking about all the institutions of our country. So all the institutions do not have the funds and resources to do that. They may have intellectuals, they may have intellectual products or outcomes, but they don't have the resources to fund them. Then there's a very important challenge that academicians face is publication versus patent conflict. So the academicians have a lot of pressure of publishing. So they are in the middle of the conflict of whether they should protect their intellectual property or they should publish. So they have time constraints. So that again parallelly goes with the publication and patent conflict. During the collaborative researches, so we may have ownership disputes or some collaborative disputes that may be faced by the academicians, cost of patenting,
That also comes another problem. The knowledge of IP, that is again another issue that as an academicians we do not know how to find how like what are the different legalities that are involved, when we are protecting our innovations. So that information is not there. So unless if you have an IP cell in an institution that can solve this purpose legally, if you have an IP cell, but most of the institutions lack an IPCS cell, and if you have an IP cell, so you will not have patent agents or attorneys to guide you. So that we require that in our. I feel that all institutions should have, like we have researchers, we have teachers. So in the IP cell, we also need to have as a recruitment, a mandatory recruitment of a IP, like patent attorney or a patent agent that can guide us to all the innovations or any ideas which are being developed in the company.
Thank you, Dr. Coming to Mr. Vijay, I think I just wanted to understand, being a director of Petrix Business Solutions or a mentor of change in the government, so I just need to understand what exactly your vision or objective to promoting this intellectual property, as Professor talked about this, that they are lacking in the knowledge. So probably, do you have any vision or key objective to promote this intellectual property rights?
Yeah. So honestly speaking, that's how I have built my business over the last 6 years. First generation entrepreneur. I work with a lot of professors like you, a lot of institutes or universities, and I must say top tier institutes or universities as well. And what you mentioned is exactly the problem. As I said in the very first statement, IP is an elephant catch. Maybe what you require is a customized approach, because maybe Kapoor's requirement of IP, understanding of IP is way different than what is required for others. Beyond that, I would say IP has always been considered more as a legal part. That's where the real challenge is, when you say, what are the legalities that? But then IP is not legal. It's purely, I would call it as a techno-legal. That is one reason that, at least at the filing side or the prosecution side, we have, like I would say, like Rahul and me, who are agents who are draft or kind of file applications, and not advocates. Advocates are, of course, your compliance background. So the customization when we speak of that point of time, IP everyone understands as a relative, as an agent, probably we are in a position to understand. But it is also very essential for us. What is that technology? Do I understand the technology basically? And if we can fill this gap and have more customization, that would do kind of wonders as. And that's how we have been doing promotion of IP, or maybe like in sector specific or pharma or healthcare specific programs, or doing those technology development programs or cluster specific programs. We've been exploring similar things, planning there as such, and it's just a big element. What is required? What is the need? Basically? We have a lot of things to do or give as such. What is her requirement? If we try to showcase that we have these things, okay, that's absolutely fine. But her requirement is fine. We have customized it as per maybe the industry need, as per maybe the startups need, or I would say the institution or university.
Thank you, Mr. So, Dr. Kapoor, I'm coming to you. So, I just need to conclude this panel, and I would like to hear from you what the message, probably rising trends of AI, or if you have encountered any challenge on this healthcare solution.
So, in very short, I think AI and healthcare is just in a way beginning now. The IP laws around it still need to be developed. I mentioned it very passingly that right now algorithms, machine learning programs, and AI cannot be still patented. You cannot patent any kind of like ML software or any kind of ML algorithm. However, you can patent training data sets, which I already mentioned. I think, it's a very interesting place to be in for a startup which is working in AI in healthcare, because you're really at the core of very fast-moving innovation. Your priority is to build and deploy, to identify a problem, build and deploy. I think a lot of the earlier panelists have spoken that you cannot build a strategy around IP. IP will happen along the way. Being from a healthcare startup, which is, I would say, more inclined towards being a public health good, we are also very open towards, we shy away from being very, very strict about IP. I do not personally advocate, I'm not a very big advocate of, patenting healthcare algorithms, healthcare processes, because I think you take away from other people innovating on top of it, you take away from collaboration. And I think somebody else alluded to, which I should strongly also bring up, that when you are very strict about IP in a healthcare organization, where you have very complex, healthcare like data sets, you also prevent your own team from then accessing it. And it is very critical that in an organization which is working towards healthcare data analytics, decision support tools, AI and ML, every team member contributes significantly. So you cannot be building a black box. You need to have open innovation, you need to have great collaboration in healthcare. And I think it's for patent attorneys like all of the others on the podium here to be able to structure frameworks which are in support of building like digital public goods, and still allowing creativity and innovation to foster, allowing the whole financial models to be built around it, because every startup at the end of the day wants to earn money, and if protecting my USP or my patent or my copyright, my trademark, whatever helps me earn the money, is there a better way of doing it? I mean, if you look at generics, they are what saved India, right? We call them copy drugs, but out of this 1.4 billion people, only 60% cannot afford. So having generics is absolutely essential. Having products which are affordable by the larger masses is absolutely essential. So if you have an IP law, or if you have an IP product that actually prevents large scale like dissemination and diffusion, I think that becomes a problem. So my parting words for AI in healthcare and IP would be, let's give it time to develop. Let's build groups which are for the larger public good, and protecting a company's personal private knowledge for the company's economic benefit should be allowed and possible, but only up to a certain degree. When you are in a space like healthcare, there has to be a larger common good in mind, and those would be my parting words.
Thank you, Dr. Kapoor. Rahul, coming to you, I just wanted to hear your final comments on Dr. Kapoor told about that software algorithm. So, do you have any specific comments, like which countries probably they are going to take this algorithm as a patent, and your final words about this? Or probably, I just wanted to hear from you about some compulsory licensing.
Yeah.
I think this come up with this.
It's good to have a vendor in the IP strategy panel. Thanks, Dr. Kapoor. Okay, see, there are two sides to IP, right? Pharma IP is one side of it. Digital health we're working on is another side of it. India has over the years relaxed guidelines on patenting software. Like you mentioned, training data sets and all. US, Europe, they are very friendly to it. But the source code itself cannot be protected. But what source code does can be protected. That is one thing. Now, another thing she mentioned very interestingly, and I think it is something I would, for just to have a, because I have a point of view to it. Now, you mentioned about how generics could save India and not just India, the entire world. But that information came out from patents. Patents filed by companies in US. See what happens with academic publishing that you mentioned, right? It's behind paywall. All good research is behind paywall. Patents are for free. When I did my master's dissertation at Imperial, I never looked at even, patent literature. And my professor told me, I was looking for amino acid transport, support memory, cell, etc. And my professor told me, you haven't even looked at patents where the real meat of the information is. Because that's commercially critical information. And because it's commercially critical, they cannot lie in it. You guys are technicians, you know how many redactions are there in journals, right? But in a patent, if you have to redact, that's $1 million going down. So what I want to counter, you can say another viewpoint is patents actually do promote innovation in this manner, right? Because the information cannot be behind paywall. The systems are developed that application has to be published after 18 months. There's no way about it. But when it comes to say, digital products, when it comes to these kind of products, again, I'm also in the skeptical group of IP on that because you have to build and deploy the product. That is unless the innovation itself is groundbreaking, you are actually getting at the core of the AI itself, right? Only then I suggest startups to even spend money on IP or those aspects of it. And again, my closing remarks would be go with your business when you decide about IP. Okay, and there's no, and as Mr. Vijay has been saying, there is no one solution, definitely. And for each group of healthcare startup, be it digital, pharma, or biotech, for example, IP and patents at large, they work very different. All right. And so this business, wherever business is, there could be a. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Praveen, over to you for your final comments about this IP strategies.
Thank you. I think I'll just pick up Dr. Kapoor's word. So, if you actually look at the way, the time that we are at right now, so say suppose that if you would like to file something in machine learning AI, it's very new. So I'll take 10 years back and 10 years forward. It's very interesting time that we're living in. So India is going to be say $5 trillion economy, more than that. And that's going to happen in next 10 years. And very interestingly, MNCs will come in India. And they are very protective about their IPs and everything. If you actually look at the Indian context, so startups has emerged in last 10 years. So for us, patented, it's like baby for us. So we are just starting out. So if you actually look at from that perspective, internet was born 10 years back. At least from the Indian perspective, new companies emerged. And we had companies who were working around internet, playing around e-commerce, playing around delivery. Now we are in an area where we are starting with more deep tech, wherein we are solving more critical problems, whether it be in healthcare, whether it be in environmental, whether it be in agriculture. Now the question here is that we as a startup has a very limited resource. India as the next sort of emerging economy will have companies coming in. So the question here is that how are we going to compete with them, right? And that is where it will, this coming decade is going to be very interesting from the startup point of view, from the IT point of view, how we are going to save ourselves, and also how we go global, not just save ourselves, also to go global. So there are many things that will eventually be seen by us from our startup perspective. So I think this is the cusp. Wherein you'll see, and this is the right discussion in the right time happening. So any student would like to actually take startup and their career I think IT is one area I think they should look into it right from the day one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. So over to Mr. Vijay. So I just wanted to hear your final comments about this discussion or topic.
Uh, as we move ahead with respect to innovation, I think we should keep in mind that looking at the future, definitely we need to have that ecosystem, maybe a startup, healthcare startup family, or maybe academic institution or university. You need to have at least that ecosystem. It's going, as you rightly said, it promotes innovation to some extent. We catch today we are maybe startups are doing it or showing it to the funding agencies. Maybe universities or institutes are doing it for the purpose of NAC or ranking. Fine. But it is creating a ecosystem. And I think we are going step by ahead and definitely take us to the real innovation where we are protecting the inventions and as well are having the startups. The potential I see.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay. So, ma'am, lastly, over to you. And we kept it for last for you because we know that teachers should speak the last so that they can stop for whatever conclusion they need to give it to the audience. So, please, your final comments on this topic, and we are going to over this panel.
So I think I completely agree with actually Dr. Vijay that we need to create an ecosystem and which we are already doing it now through NAC and NIR. So it is said that academic institutions are working more towards NAC and NIR than they're doing academics. And when it comes to doing all that, so we are getting into research, we are getting into different publishing, patenting, trying to protect our innovation. So we need to have products in the market, then we don't have those assessments. In fact, just today only I received a message from my student that she has joined the institute and she's saying that publishing 2 papers is mandatory. So we are coming to that ecosystem and the challenge that we have is to compete with the industry, the pace that with which the academic research works. So we need to bring down that pace to a parallel level. And through COVID, it has changed the gear actually, of the academic research and the supports the government is supporting and all the industries are collaborating. So we need to enhance the collaboration opportunities, and especially between the industry and the academy. We need to bridge that gap so then we'll be able to protect the innovations and we move towards getting new products in the market, going for new startups. We have all the universities have incubation centers and a lot of startups are coming up for the same reason and so I think that would be wonderful like we work towards that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all the panelists and thank you to entire audience, to listeners or the expert talk. But I think we can expect a round of applause for entire panel. We thought like आप हमें पहले दे दोगे but हमें ये सबसे आखिरी में मिला और मांगने को मिला. But it's quite good and thanks to Mr. Vijay, Dr. Kapoor for being on to this panel. So I'm concluding this. Over to Dr. Lakshmi.
Thank you so much, worthy panelists and moderators, for the wonderful and insightful discussion. Considering time, I would like to now invite Dr. Geeta Agarwal ma'am for the felicitation ceremony. First, I invite Dr. Sohila Kapoor for the felicitation. Next, I invite Mr. Ram.
वो ये आयुष को लेकर आया
invite Mr. Vijay Kumar Shakurji for the felicitations. Next, I invite Mr. Praveen Kumar Bhagat for the felicitations. Next, let's felicitate Professor Deepti Pandita. Now it's time to felicitate our moderator, Mr. Saurabh Trivedi. Now I request all the panelists to join for a group photograph. I invite Ms. Ruchi to join as well. And Dr. Sheetal Yadav. Thank you everyone for the wonderful discussions. Now I hand over the stage to Dr. Rakhi Ahuja for the next panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello, sir. Very good. Yeah, okay. You are also available. Very good. So I'm running even my venture which is evidence back which is for So right now you are in Delhi. Yeah. Anything which you need, I'm happy to support you. So I know Dr. I'm having okay, I'm just looking at the picture if you have whatever thoughts. Okay. Pleasure, sir. Thank you.
सर फिर नेक्स्ट पैनल हम स्टार्ट करें? हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल वो नेक्स्ट आप पैनल
Very warm good afternoon to all of you. We are ready to start the next panel discussion. I would like to welcome all the panelists for the next panel discussion to step on the stage and take the seats. Dr. Pooja Sharma, Dr. Prabodh Swain, Mr. Darshan Khanna, Dr. Ravi and Mr. Durga.
सर हाँ एक उनको
So I welcome you all to the next panel discussion on the topic navigating the regulatory maze, how healthcare startups can ensure compliance. I, Dr. Atya Ahuja, Assistant Professor DSIR, welcome all the panelists on the dais for this discussion, which actually aims to provide an insight into the complex regulatory framework within the healthcare landscape we all know. And I believe through this meaningful discussion, the panelists would be able to guide the healthcare startups on how they can navigate this regulatory web, especially emphasizing on the challenges which they face during the regulatory requirements and how they can take initiatives to be compliant with the regulatory requirements. So, starting with the introductions for the panelists, Dr. Pooja Sharma, she is a qualified gynecologist working in the area of clinical trials, vaccines and public health and various epidemiological projects she has worked on. She was previously associated with AIMS New Delhi and Society for Applied Studies. At present, she is the founder and CEO of Apar Health, which is an edutech-based startup in clinical research. Welcome, ma'am. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Prabodh Swain, who is a scientist and leader in the areas of academics and pharmaceutical research and innovation and entrepreneurship. He has a vast experience of more than 26 years and has worked across the pharmaceutical industry with various organizations like Zydus Life Sciences Limited, Cadila Pharmaceuticals and Intas Pharmaceuticals. Currently, he is serving as Director Analytics and Regulatory at MedTherapy Biotechnology India Private Limited, which is a subsidiary of MedTherapy Biotechnology USA. Welcome, sir. Next in our panel is Mr. Vikrant Pratap Singh, who is a qualified pharmacist with close to 2.5 decades of experience in clinical research. He has worked in pharmaceutical companies as well as CROs in project management, operations management, finances, and people management areas. He has a thorough experience of dealing with US FDA inspections
and interacting with the Indian Regulatory Agency, CRSCO. Currently, Sir is working as Associate Director RWE Project Management at IQK. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Naveen Khanna, who is associated with pharma and medical devices sector for almost 25 years now. He is founder director in Mito Healthtech Private Limited, director in Mito Meditech Private Limited. He has been instrumental in successful technology transfer from CSIR and IIT Delhi for India's first dental implant, which is lead IFIX, am I right, sir? To marketing. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have on our panel Mr. Divya Gupta, who is a seasoned professional having more than 9 years of experience in the field of clinical research. He has worked across many therapeutic areas in the field of clinical research like oncology, endocrinology, critical care, dental sciences, molecular diagnostics, among many. At present, he is working as manager, clinical operations, Catalyst Services Private Limited. Welcome, Mr. Divya. Now introducing the moderator for the session, Dr. Ravi Rathore. He is a thorough professional and worked with various segments of healthcare industry like hospitals, diagnostics, pharmaceuticals, medical device industry, clinical research, and medical IT. Currently, he is leading the policy and government affairs divisions with one of the Asia's largest cath lab manufacturers, Involution Imaging Technologies Private Limited. And he is also working with different government departments to represent the Indian medical device industry. We welcome you, sir. And from here, I would request you to take this discussion on.
Thank you, Dr. Rakhi, for the kind introduction. I would like to welcome all the esteemed panelists to the discussion. My heartfelt gratitude to Professor Goyal and Professor Puri. Professor Goyal is one of our mentors, we can say, as a pharma graduate. I used to read his books during my graduation, and it's proud for me that I'm getting to see you in the DSIR. So let's move on to the topic. Currently, we are talking about the startups. So if I can say about the startup ecosystem and what India provides, to the startups, and just read out some statistics. So India has the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, and it is expecting a year-on-year growth of consistent 12 to 15%. Right? India has the second highest number of unicorns in Asia Pacific, with a market valuation of just under $100 billion in 2021. As of February 2023, we have total 92,683 startups has been officially recognized by DSIR. So here you can see the startup ecosystem that the government and academia provided to the budding entrepreneurs. So if we talk about the support, like the corporates, right? So what corporate does? Facebook has partnered with Startup India, and it has given a cash grant of $50,000 to each of the top selected startups. Microsoft Ventures Accelerator Program for 16 startups. Goldman Sachs 10,000 women entrepreneurs. These are on the government side. Apart from that, our Indian industry is also doing wonders to support these startups. On the government front, 26 states of India have the startup policy. The SIDBI, the bank, they are providing the assistance to existing small businesses. So what I wanted to share is now is the time for the industry, academia, and the government to be on a single platform and to support this ecosystem and nurture the startups. We have a lot of programs on the startup initiation. Now what we need is the acceleration of that startup. How this is what we are going to discuss, the challenges and how it can be accelerated in a manner. So I'll start with Dr. Prabodh. So Dr. Prabodh, you have a experience of working with farm industry, with government, with academia, and here we talk a lot about the collaborations, right? So, as per your thought, how important is the collaboration between startups, established healthcare organizations, research organizations, and government bodies for the success and growth of the healthcare sector?
Thank you, Ravi. I think it is wonderful to back to Delhi after 2 decades. I had my PhD from North Coast Delhi, that is DSIR I used to work with. So I think it is having a short stint of job in one of the national institute I moved to industry and back again after maybe 15 years to Delhi. The question what you posed, let me put in perspective. In 2015, I took a very adventurous step. Having job in industry, I volunteered in government of Gujarat to set up a organization, to part of a very newly set up organization called Gujarat CSR Authority. So we know CSR, corporate social responsibility. So now it has been very much mandated that you have to, if you are running more than 500 crores, so you have to spare 2% of your profit to do certain work which is not your core domain as a company. So there, I think I was having a energetic chairman. So I went to his office one day and proposed, so can we divert this CSR money to incubator? Okay, the logic was behind that because whatever you say, Gujarat is a very enterprising state, but the type of education that it's not that robust. It doesn't mean that I'm a bureaucratic, but it can be improved. In addition to that, we need actually some support in such a way so that instead of doing the routine, having a molecule, repositioning it, modifying it, putting a different group and studying something different, going it not off from the routine way they are approaching it. So that was the motivation behind proposing to the chairman that can we divert certain money. The other intention what I was having at that point, all government organizations, all agencies, they were doing the lip service. They were proposing that okay, you apply here, this is the procedure in the government. You apply and we will provide some incentive. But that some incentive never comes back. And we know, just like young kids, the students, they have very short span of resistance. I think that they want to figure out or they want to jump to the other things. They don't want to concentrate for longer time. So to catch them really with a very mere incentive, we suggested that okay, you qualify, if your proposal is good, then I will give you right away 50,000 rupees. So the only condition I was having that you have to set up your own company. I will transfer that 50,000 rupees right away to your company account. There are two purposes behind that. They can understand that okay, to really make a idea actionable, they need to have a faith on their own idea. If they have a faith, then they are willing to set up a company. And the money what I was transferring, that was the deal. The day that list was published or shortlisted, the next 5 to 7 days, the money will get transferred to them. So that actually created a lot of ripple around Ahmedabad. That yes, this is the organization, whatever it says, at least it comes to really, and they get it in that. That's one component. The other component, how we can create ecosystem. Uh, one thing is, one concept is called the front loaded. Every service you need, you pay for that. But as a startup, their idea is not mature. They are not sure whether they will stick to that. If with all those possibilities, you will again load another component that you have to pay for the service. I'm 100% sure they will get it. So what we actually did, lot of services, because it is not only doing the science and or the innovation and taking to a particular prototype. There are so many other things that are associated. For example, when I'm talking about forming a company, they don't have any clue at that time how to form the company. So they need a help from a CEO or a company secretary so that they can get it done easily. So all those ancillary services we backloaded. We convinced a couple of agencies, this CEO, and we said that don't ask them money right away. They will give the money. If they don't give money, then the station authority is there to take care of it. So with that mechanism, it worked very well. And also we tagged with the another very good organization what we have in India is Entrepreneurship Institute of India, DSIR. Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India. It is in Ahmedabad. They have approached in 105 countries. And I'm 100% sure they have also plans in them. They are forthwith to come to all your incubators, take care of many different things other than what your science is talking about. And they are very good linkage to connect you to the potential investors. With this short experience, what I have, when you talk about creating the ecosystem, we need to be forthwith, and we need to not only as a manager. I'm not talking as a student, but as a manager, we need to really also find out the innovative way how to really help them out, so that it can really go. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhu. It's been actually a great step and initiation, That's what we need actually at a startup, As in the morning we have discussed to go from TRL1 to TRL5 and the prototyping, right? So TRL1 to TRL5, it's, workable from the student perspective, but when they wanted to have, if they wanted to show a sample to someone, right, that this is my product. So we don't have any facility which can provide, 10 3D printed model of that sample, right? So there we need an acceleration. What startup needs is like the regulation. What are the regulations that we know? We had a discussion on the IP. Apart from the IP, the regulatory challenges basis and the collaborations that you have discussed. That you are providing the collaboration support from the international organizations also, the international buyers and all. So that's a welcome step. I must say that. Thank you, sir, for your inputs. Move on to Dr. Pooja. So, Dr. Pooja, you are actually resolving one of the critical aspects of the industry, which is the skill gap. From morning itself, we are talking about the talent pool and the skill gap. As I was in the medical device, I am in the medical device industry in particular. I must say that talent pool is the need of the hour right now in the medical devices sector particularly. You are representing clinical trial and clinical research, so I would request to share some of the key regulatory frameworks that the healthcare startups entering the clinical research phase need to be aware of and how they can navigate this practically.
So thank you so much for the question. But before I take the question, can I have a question for the audience? So I'm going to ask this question to all students sitting here. Can I have your attention for a minute? There is a group of students sitting with their back towards the stage. Can you please turn towards the stage? Thank you so much. Now I'm going to ask you one question. Who makes a startup? कौन होता है ये स्टार्टअप? कौन बनाता है ये स्टार्टअप? कौन बना रहा है? हाथ उठा के प्लीज. एक ने बोला और कोई कौन बनाता है स्टार्टअप? कौन यहाँ स्टार्टअप बनाना चाहता है? Okay, very good. TRL क्या होता है? सर ने अभी बोला TR student only please, no teachers to raise. Only one person knows what is TRL. Sir बताएं. Thank you so much. So thank you guys for your attention now. So let me start with some stories as well. So 5-6 years back I went to Israel and I'm sad to hear what's happening with Israel now. But 5 years back Israel was a different story. In Israel, I met a group of students exactly like you, and I was speaking to them, and we were talking about please introduce yourselves. So you know how they would introduce themselves? They actually stood up and said, "I'm so and so, and I'm talking here, talking about my 4th startup, my 5th startup." These were 20-year-olds talking about 3 startups already done and dusted, and they would talk about their failures. When I came back home, this was the biggest message I took as a mother and as a teacher and as a person who maybe is in a startup zone, right? That one, we are very scared of failure. We are very scared of failure. Failure is not a very difficult thing. You know how much money is needed to make a startup. So when I started teaching like this, somebody is my son, he managed to ask me, "Mama, आप lecture तो बढ़ा देते हो, ठीक है, पर आपने तो startup नहीं बनाया." So I said, yes, that's a tough question. I am only, operational head, and operational head और teacher को पढ़ाना आसान होता है. तो मैंने at 50 अपना पहला startup बनाया, और startup बनाने में बहुत डर लगा. So आज हम लोग जो चाय पे बात कर रहे थे, me and my navigator student, चाय पे चर्चा in their cafeteria, all students said कि startup बनाने से बहुत डर लगता है, क्योंकि पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे? So actually startup बनाने में पैसे लगते कितने हैं is a question I would like to ask all the people who are in the startup ecosystem. Actually बहुत पैसे नहीं लगते, right? So that's a question to him. So the second story that I want to share with you is during the time of COVID. At that time I'm a clinical trialist. So मैं काफी सारे vaccine trials में participate कर रहे थे. हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारे trials चल रहे थे. I was leading the research team at Vedanta at that time. मैंने कहा कि मेरे को बहुत सडनली टीम एक्सपैंड करनी है, कहाँ से लाए इतने सारे लोग जो कोविड के टाइम घर में से बाहर निकल के हॉस्पिटल में आके काम करने को तैयार हुए. सो आई सेंड आउट अ मैसेज टू ऑल माय फ्रेंड्स एंड कोलीग्स लाइक मैडम कि भाई प्लीज अपने यहाँ से कुछ स्टूडेंट्स भेज दीजिए फार्मेसी के जो मास्टर्स हो who can help us with the clinical trials. And I had an immense response. And if you go to my website, I have a nice picture of around 30 people standing with me at the time of COVID. Peak COVID, बच्चे घर से निकलने को तैयार नहीं थे पढ़ाई के लिए, but मेरे पास हॉस्पिटल में आके ट्रायल करने को तैयार थे. So they had the intent, but what I felt really sad about was they had no skill set. So they were masters in pharmacy with no skill sets to run a clinical trial. छोटी से छोटी चीज नहीं आती थी उनको. क्या आप इसको फोटोकॉपी करके ला सकते हैं? क्या आप इसको स्कैन करके भेज सकते हैं? क्या ये सीरियस एडवर्स इवेंट फॉर्म भर सकते हैं? नहीं भर सकते. क्या आपको सोचना पता ही है? That actually inspired me to start the skilling journey. Right? I felt India really needs skilling before we need anything else. So skilling is a very, very critical part, like he's saying. And while we are going to regulation, as a startup, you need to understand not only, so all those people who are interested in creating a startup, सिर्फ अपना एरिया नहीं पता होना जरूरी है. So startup के लिए क्या जरूरी? पहली चीज attitude. Attitude die hard. मैंने हार नहीं माननी. मैंने हार नहीं माननी is has to be your attitude. सुबह से आप सुन रहे हैं, तरुण भी है वहाँ पे, जो हार मान लिया वो नहीं बना सकता startup. तो startup में हार नहीं माननी. Second, मेरे को अपना skill तो आना ही आना है. I have to be skilled at what my expertise area is, but I also need to understand business. I also need to understand regulation. तो मैं अगर कहूँ कि मेरे को एक सेक्शन 25 कंपनी खोलनी है कि मैं ट्रस्ट खोलूंगा, कि मैं कौन सी चीज खोलूंगा, तो मेरे को नहीं लगता किसी को पता है कि मेरे को क्या चीज खोलनी है. तो एक जेंटलमैन थे जिन्होंने TRM बोला, अगर आप बनाना चाहेंगे स्टार्टअप तो आप किस तरह के स्ट्रक्चर की बनाएंगे? पहला सवाल वो है. उसके बाद सवाल आता है कि मैं पैसे कहाँ से लाऊं, मैं कहाँ से किसी इकोसिस्टम में जाऊं, कहाँ से क्या करूं, क्या स्ट्रक्चर बनाऊं. इसके लिए आपके पास ये इतना सुंदर एनवायरनमेंट है, यहाँ पे अपने टीचर्स मेंटर्स से बात करें. फिर नेक्स्ट स्टेप ऑफ रेगुलेशन आता है. मेरे को नहीं पता था TDS GST. TDS GST ज्यादा जरूरी है than anything else if I am right about startup, right? Then comes the regulatory requirement for my own specific area. So if I work in EdTech, I need to have specific requirements. I need to have intellectual property for my material. I need to think it through. क्या क्या चाहिए मुझे? Drug development करनी है, अगर सर में करनी है, IQVIA में करनी है, या किसी कंपनी में करनी है, तो उसको अलग rules and regulations चाहिए. You should know what and where to read it from. So you cannot just read it from any center. You must read it from the right websites. So knowledge is key. Please keep yourself updated. Keep reading every day. If you are in the space of clinical research, two websites are critical for you: the CDSCO website and the ICMR website. That's it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pooja. Actually, you have set up the tone for the startups. Actually, attitude with patience, right? That's what they need. Patience is extremely important for the startups. And that you need to aware of every casualty or whatever circumstances will be there. You know that that's on your shoulders. It's like when you go with the startups. So thank you so much. The ecosystem what we're talking about on the skill gap side, the DRM perspective which you have shared, right? So I would say, you know, if you have an idea, right, but you don't know anything where to go, here is the platform. You are in the academicians, they are your mentors, right? You need funding. Government has a lot of policies, right? Startup policy, the new PRIP scheme where they will be giving 1 CR rupees, 1 CR to 125 startups, right? Apart from that, the funding from the DST, DBT, TDT, women startups. So you just need an idea and your attitude and patience, right? Everything else is there within India. The funding, the mentorship, the guidance, everything is there. So I would request our budding entrepreneurs to, you know, please come out and speak. If you have something, you can share. It's not like that. We have seen that. You know, a lot of times we actually discussed during the IP session. Academicians are very conservative with their IP patents and all, right? So until you discuss it with the industry and you share your things, because industry will be your whole partner for the marketing commercialization purpose, like what we can say is to accelerate your startup. So rather than being conservative, you can share things with your IP protection. And so thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. You need to say something? Okay. Thank you. So moving on to Mr. Naveen Khanna. He is the founder director of Invivo Healthcare Private Limited. So Naveenji, Invivo Healthcare is incubated here itself, in the DIPSU itself, right? So from your perspective, I just wanted to know your journey. If you can share your journey coming from the academia to the industry level and the challenges which you have faced, as we are talking more about on the compliance burden to the startups and all. So over to you.
Yeah, a lot of things have already been spoken about the startup, so I won't get into that where, you know, startup as just what are the difficulties and how startups, you know, I won't get into that area. I will restrict myself to the regulatory aspect because a lot has already been discussed about DSIR and DSIR and all those things. Those are there anyways. The major difference between a medical product, let it be medical device or a pharmaceutical product, compared to a chemical or a general, what does it fit? How do they become different? A screw is a screw, you know, like a game or chemist saying. How does it become a medical device? I mean, there's no difference. It is basically the same screw. Same CNC machine makes the screw or the plate or any of medical devices. The only difference between the two is the regulatory, the compliance, the quality management system. So basically, all we have to understand is the holistic approach towards the medical products we deal with or the healthcare delivery we deal with. So any startup or any company which is already there in the business and knows about how the industry works, they have to understand the whole thing as a system. There are a lot of things which we need to outsource. We have to make a list of things which we
don't have to do by ourselves. That is more important than doing everything by yourself. So most of the times the mistakes which we make when we start at the beginning of the journey is to try and learn doing things which are not our domain. So we have to cut down on those things to save time and energy and money, everything. That's the most crucial thing. And regulatory comes one of those things. Because it looks very easy. There is just the paperwork. Some people will say we should have this as should have kind of a thing. It is not must have. We should not figure at the beginning. We should first develop the product. Later on, we will see the regulatory aspect or the compliance aspect. So that's not the case. We have to build this in the strategy itself. Otherwise, it will be too late. And there will be a lot of wastage of time, and maybe that could be one of the main reasons for the failure. So that's the experience which we have gone through. Unless we do the complete due diligence on the regulatory side of the products and we try to jump into it, IP, for example, a lot of people say that there is a lot of ease of doing things in IP. There is so much enforcement in India. It's all gone are the days. There are legal firms which will sue you even if you are doing something in India and your whole project can go across. At the stage where you are already done with the manufacturing process, you are almost ready for the commercialization, and then you realize that you didn't do the enough due diligence on the IP or the compliance side of regulatory compliance. Now coming back to the initial thing which I said, how does general product becomes a medical device? There are a lot of companies there in India who have very good competence in terms of making the mechanical products. For example, just because I come from medical device background, so I have more in similar things go for the pharma industry. A screw becoming a medical device, or a plate becoming a medical device, or a metal product becoming a hip joint or a knee joint. There is a whole lot of quality management system which comes into play. Quality comes right from the beginning of production of that steel. There are at least hundreds of types of steel which are there in the market. And then there is a hardened steel which is used for the knee or for the hip. So what grade of that hardened steel is only allowed as a medical device manufacturing product? So right from the selection of raw material and what goes into the manufacturing of that raw material and their quality management system is also taken into the consideration. So in the hurry, what we can do is when we are initiating a research project in university, we'll say, okay, hardened steel, let's take it from somewhere. And then we do the quality assessment based on that. We take the price calculations based on that. And we will make it the cheapest in the world. And when it is almost ready to manufacture, and when we realize that we have to use only one particular grade of a product, it is no more economical. The whole concept of being price leader goes away. Your entire competency follows the price leadership, and that is no more there. Neither you have the machine manufacturer here, nor you have the raw material supplier here, and then how will you do the price leadership in that? So your strategy comes to the question. So that is the value of the regulatory taken into consideration at the strategy level itself. Then comes the classification of the devices. We have to be completely aware about the risk analysis, risk category, class A, B, C, D, talk about, class C and D being the most critical devices or riskier devices. And then how we can, create the differentiation by, creating that quality management system suiting a smaller or medium enterprise. There are certain criteria which can be modified, which can be, if they are understood well. So we have to do a lot of research in that area as well, and then only by some conscious decisions we can, take the advantage rather than being on the disadvantage side. So considering all these things, we have to be very thorough, and we have to get the help of people who are already experienced or who can at least guide you what you have to learn, what you have to,
consider while creating any startup or while creating any medical device for it. So that's the take home points, take points.
Thank you so much, Naveen. You actually have right. It's said regulatory separates the thing from a product, from a school to a medical device. That's the regulatory separates. So here now, with the new guidelines and all coming up, now medical devices are actually considered as drugs. So now the medical devices will be also considered as drugs, and there are a lot of policy discussions going on with the new bill coming up. I got that, getting entrepreneurs to the pharma sector to know the drug and pharmaceutical act. Now it is going to revise with the new bill, right? It is going to record as drugs, cosmetic and medical devices act. Right? So they have included medical devices also in the drug. So there are a lot of policy discussions going on that. I'm not aware of that part, it's not related. But what we want and what I wanted to pass on is to be aware of the what is the current situation is and what is going on in the market, right? In terms of the regulation. So thank you, Naveen. Moving on to Mr. Deep Gupta. You are leading one of the CROs, one of the oldest. You have said while we are chatting that the first institute to start with the long-term courses of the clinical research, right? And I'm from a clinical research background only. So, from your perspective, I wanted to know what innovative business models these startups using to sustain themselves and drive the growth in this competitive healthcare sector. So, I want you to dwell on some business models for the start.
Sure, thank you, Dr. Ravi. So, first of all, the innovative methods they are using is to make the use of technology, data, and patient-centric approaches to improve the healthcare outcomes. Their aim is to reduce the cost, increase the accessibility of the medical care, and to improve the quality of care. Like as we can see nowadays, since COVID, so we all know that in COVID we all stuck at home. Now, how do we access the healthcare system? So that their technology plays a very big role. So I'll take some examples of how technology helps. So first is telehealth and telemedicine for virtual consultations. Direct to consumer healthcare with direct access to medical services, diagnostics or prescription medications. We have seen a lot of companies like NetMeds, we have seen where you can order the medicine. We have like as I mentioned, we are from the CRO and on regular basis we receive certain queries from these startups who want to launch their products or who wants to come into the market, want to improve the healthcare. So I'll take an example of a startup with whom we have worked. I will not take the name of that company, but they have developed an app where they bring the patient and the doctors on the same platform along with others. So it's a comprehensive solution where they bring dietitians, yoga experts, health coaches, and side by side they manage the patient disease. And how they are doing it? On an app, they made two portals, one for doctor and one for the patient. Patient log into that app, fill their data. Now suppose we take an example of diabetes care. So patient is putting their glucose levels on the app. Now that data is going to the doctor, and if their HbA1c level or SNBG say is fluctuated, doctor gets a red flag, and based on that, doctor advises him how to manage that. Similarly, nowadays most of the apps, most of the if I have to ask you all the students who are sitting there, what is the leading cause of death in India? So it's actually very simple, ma'am. So second most death causes. Stroke, you are absolutely right. So why these things are happening like stroke, diabetes, we see nowadays in news like young people died while working in gym and other things. They are maintaining their lifestyle. But what would be the reason behind frequent deaths in younger age with stroke, with cardiac arrest? Any particular reason?
The diet they have is different. The diet, sometimes we say that protein shakes we have to take, but protein shakes take a very longer duration to decay or to get digested in our bodies.
Absolutely right. So what these apps are doing nowadays, these startup apps, they are they promote diets, they promote health coaches through yoga, but they also give advices why and how much these things are going to affect your health. There is a pro and con for each and everything. Excessive, you can say, excessive gym might lead to yoga. आजकल बच्चों को होता है कि मुझे बॉडी बनानी है, मैं प्रोटीन पाउडर ज़्यादा लूंगा, बट वो कभी नहीं सोचते कि क्या होगा उस प्रोटीन पाउडर को लेके. इंफॉर्मेशन की कमी है आजकल के टाइम पे. So there are different startups who are working on this chronic disease management. So most of these startups which I came across, and I think I might be wrong, but most of these startups are working towards the management of chronic disease because these are the main causes. Can I ask you one thing? In cancer patients, most of the cancer patients die due to cancer disease or what? What was the main cause of their death?
It was unbearable pain sometimes, and sometimes the low immunity as well. While they were dealing with
Low immunity is one of the points. Anything else? No. So cancer patients don't die because of cancer. They die because of other comorbidities, which are these chronic diseases. So we have worked with several startups, and one of those is working on this, like how to maintain the diet of these, how to maintain the morale, physique of these. Sometimes what happens when you go to when a cancer patient goes to a hospital, they look fit and fine, but their disease is progressing. I knows that very well. And sometimes we saw a patient with poor GC, but a poor condition, but their disease is reducing. So what do you call on this part? So startups are playing a very vital role, but where they should focus is important. I think few months back, Sundar Pichai has announced one technology where by scanning the retina, they would be able to tell you which disease you are more susceptible to. So again, how only by scanning the retina they know? Can any one of you guess? Like scanning just a retina, and you would be able to predict like your chances of getting a heart attack or diabetes or hypertension. Okay, so I'll just give you a hint. Data. What they have done, they have collected the data of all the patients who have experienced heart attack, diabetes. Now they are using this data to identify what are the changes happens when a patient is having an heart attack. What are the changes happen in their retina? So all is a game of data. So now startups are playing with data.
But is it correct to replace the doctor diagnosis with the data diagnosis?
No, sir. Doctor diagnosis cannot be replaced by anything. So this is the misconception. People think that if nowadays, whenever you have a fever or whenever you are having some symptoms, they go Google it and everyone has become a self-doctor nowadays, and which is causing a major problem. And this is the reason, as I mentioned, adult deaths is one of the reasons behind SFPs.
Self-medication is another issue in the society, which is triggering a lot of comorbidity. Secondly, the fluid rules with the nutraceuticals, facile. Anybody paying 2,000 rupees can have a facile as well. So, you can make a machine.
And nutraceuticals, overdeveloping of nutraceuticals are another cause of comorbidity.
Absolutely right, sir. And this is the reason why most of the startups fail when it comes to development. First of all, they need to understand two things. There is no shortcut in life. Nowadays, startups when they come, we just want to publish the data on 10 people so that we can market our product. This is not how the regulatory works. There is a reason why we develop our statistical power while doing any study. We do the sample size calculation. We do lots of if and buts while designing a clinical trial. The main issue, what they said, we have to make quick money. So this is the challenge. Why most of the startups fail when it comes to regulatory compliance. So since you all are budding entrepreneurs, I just have one advice for you. Start learning. If you want to excel, if you want to come into the field of clinical research, or if you want to do something in healthcare, start learning because every day is a new learning here. Every day you will get to know a new innovation is there or some side effects. Okay, and let's take an example of one of the drugs. Nimesulide you have seen. It is still marketed in India but banned outside. Why is it so?
If I was to write, it is under schedule H or G, but the poor regulatory inspections and most of the pharmacies gives a lot of liberty to the pharmacists, or I would like to use the word pharmacist, chemist shop owners to make money out of it. And they play the psychology of the patients or the consumers. So Schedule H is only on the paper, not being regulated by the regulatory.
Absolutely right, sir. It is available over the counter. Now, if you go to a pharma shop or chemist shop, how the person who is giving you the prescription of OTCs, how many of them are registered pharmacists? They are just taken the loan.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to step in this conversation because I really want the message to go positive to the students, not about the chaos that exists in the system. So let's talk about the strong regulation that is and the strong regulation that is coming up and how to follow the strong regulation, not go around it.
That's absolutely. Thank you, Divya Gupta. So actually, what we talk about here is the patient-centric approach. We have talked a lot about data. I would say data is the new oil, and the information is wealth, right? So as much more information you have, you can be in a better shape. You can say.
I'd just like to add one thing. There's a very thin line between knowledge and over knowledge. So just walk on that thin line.
That's about information. Which you
Absolutely.
get. The positive information, I must say that. Right. So what we talk about on the AI perspective is like sir has told us about the patient doctor field touch, what we talked about, right? So actually the AI and all is what we can say is for the primary screening purpose and the second opinion if it's the doctors. But they cannot neglect the requirement of the actual human touch and doctors, the telemedicine which comes and get a book during the COVID times. That's what the necessary was there at that time because the regulation also comes in April 2020. Otherwise, the project of telemedicine started long back in ISRO itself, right?
So in the telemedicine, they mentioned that doctors, although you are taking a teleconsultation or doing telemedicine, but you have to visit the center. In the regulations as well, they have mentioned that.
Right. Thank you so much. So we are running short of time. I got a cheat here. So move on to Mr. Vikrant Singh. So you are with the IQVIA. So IQVIA is also working with NHA, I think, right? For the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission and the data things and all. So my question to you is there any cost-effective strategies or the technologies that can aid the startups in achieving the compliance without straining their budgets? Because the budget is the most important part we have discussed since morning for the startup. So over to you.
Can you hear me? Okay. So, thank you, Dr. I think very important aspect that we're talking about here in terms of startups. And I'm going to talk about compliance aspect as well, not only from startup perspective, but I'll share with you some examples that I have seen with organizations that are not doing startups, they've gone way beyond that, they're huge houses now. My experience has been that compliance is something that is talked about like a lot of people don't actually give compliance that importance, especially with organizations because most of it is all business. At some point of time, compliance takes a backseat and business comes forward. And a lot of decisions, a lot of things are done in the interest of business rather than in terms of compliance. But if we see you are compliant to regulations, you are compliant to your processes, it takes you a long way rather than thinking about short means at some particular point of time. And to me, compliance comes, it actually is always possible. It doesn't really cost you anything. For me, compliance comes free. And the reason why I say that is compliance for me is two buckets. One is either you can say attitude, personality, or culture of an organization. And second one is training. And I'll share with you a couple of examples where when I'm talking about culture and personalities. When Dr. Pooja was talking about COVID and Israel, it took me back a few years, 2 years. It was the COVID time. I was with IQVIA and I was working on a project which was a collaboration between the Israeli government and Indian government. And I was leading that project from IQVIA. We really needed a huge number of volunteers to test the diagnostic test. Both of them, they know what I'm talking about. It was so difficult for us to find people who agree at that point of time to work in hospitals, which were like, if you don't have COVID, but if you go to the hospital, you will actually have a risk of COVID. And at that point of time, finding people to be able to enroll 10,000, more than 10,000 volunteers in that project, it was a huge task, and we required a lot of workforce. And people were not ready. And then we found ways, we reached out to different organizations, we reached out to colleges, we reached out to schools, college students, and a lot of other kind of workforces, which included nurses, which included phlebotomists, so many other kind of people who were ready to do this. And we ended up doing this work. We had about 6 days to do it. We did it in 5 weeks. And the effort, the amount of effort that had gone into this entire project was so huge and humongous that it was very difficult for people like us to be able to look at the compliance of each and every process on an ongoing basis. We would do randomly, we would check a lot of things, we would check data, so many other things to be able to make sure that the flow of activities and the processes that have to be followed, they are followed. Because if you have one wrong sample, it is going to impact the entire analysis, it is going to impact the entire mode of diagnosis that we will test. But eventually, we realized the way these people conduct, because they were not professionals, they were not people like us who had been doing clinical research or so many other things, and they did not know regulations, they did not know SOPs, they did not know, they basically had not really worked in a controlled process-oriented environment. But then it was their personalities which ensured that when you had somewhere around 3,000, 4,000 volunteers waiting for in the hospital for getting tested or participating in a project, there was a risk of cross infection. We did not know whether this person has COVID or not. Then everybody was a risk to the other person. So how this was managed, it did not really require us to be able to teach them how do we make sure that people are maintaining social distancing. People are making sure that if there is somebody who has symptoms of COVID, fever, cough, or whatever it is, they are actually separated from the other now. And then a different channel of diagnosis has to be had to be done, and then at that point of time, the level of commitment that these people have, I think this is something that we cannot teach. This is something that comes within. So I feel the importance here is personalities and also the kind of culture. I mean, a lot of us we keep on talking about our government not being able to implement so many things, our organizations not being able to implement so many things, and we keep talking about it. But when, and I'm not going to talk about Indian government in my organization, but I'm going to talk slightly about the Israeli team that I am with. When they arrived, they made sure that they were ready with whatever they wanted, and they made sure that they also addressed the people who were involved. And they specifically trained each and every person who was involved in managing the devices, who was involved in managing the volunteers in the study. So there were different set of people who were involved. But that investing that one day in training people how to do things, what is their expectation in doing things, I think that had set the tone. And also, the people who were involved, they came at a time when nobody wanted to come out of their houses. They came at that point of time so that we can find some diagnostic kits who can test the COVID under than particles. And these tests were very good. You, 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 I don't want to mention, I cannot mention the diagnostic kits, but then they would give you results in a minute, less than a minute. So, commitment of people, which is part of their personality, I think that is something that brings in the compliance in itself. Then there is always a gap. You know, only intent or attitude or personality cannot really get to comply with the government regulations or so many other requirements that we have in business. The next step that comes in is training, and I think people like Dr. Pooja, who is so involved in training people, even with Vedanta and our organization, I think that upskilling people is something that is also very important. And I really don't think that these upskilling trainings that we talk about, they will cost anything. You can have a group of people that we're all sitting here now, and I think this is part of training and upskilling of everybody sitting here, all the students sitting here. I don't think this will cost. So it's very important that these two aspects are taken care of. And technology is something that we keep on working. And for training people and bringing in that attitude, we can talk about a lot of technologies, but then I will not really go into those aspects, but I would say that technology is something that is there to help us. We can find ways, if we have the intent, we can find ways that we are able to instill that confidence, that culture in our people, in our team members who are involved in different aspects of the organization, that they do the right thing. For me, it's all about doing the right thing. Compliance is something which all of us have to do the right thing. And when we have that attitude, I think it would just come in natural.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Actually, you have rightly said the personality, the discipline of doing something, while doing something, and the training and your commitment. Those are the primary things that cost you, but give you a good growth. Thank you so much. Actually, we are running short of time. So for every panelist, my last question is just one line advice from your side to our budding entrepreneurs.
So guys, one advice is don't be scared and try. So keep your intent high, keep your effort high, and keep your skills high. If you do these three things, I don't think anything can stop you.
So I'll just say only one thing. Compliance should not be by force, it should be experience.
I'll suggest one thing is look at the bigger picture but subtract it and see which you can accomplish in a reasonable time because that will keep you going. That's very important.
Well, I actually said what I wanted to say as the concluding comment, that do the right thing. I would also say that we always have to keep in mind, and that has been the motto of my professional approach, is that whatever we do today, especially in healthcare, is something that will be consumed by us, our children, future generations. And if you don't do the right thing, if you don't do it the right way, it is them who are going to suffer. So whatever you do, make sure that you do it.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I would say that again, we have to understand the macro environment we are into. Medical devices or pharmaceuticals or the healthcare delivery system is a special macro environment which has special requirements. We have to have a lot of objectivity when we talk about delivery of our projects or development of our products. So considering that kind of objectivity, we have to have a quality management system suiting the need of the product we are developing or the service we are going to deliver. So for every product or service which are there in the medical system has certain set of requirements. So that's what the regulatory is. And that's why the regulatory differentiates you from the industrial products or services. So we have to always keep that thing in mind that our differentiation is only based on the regulatory environment there, and that is for us to guide what we have to, keep in mind while developing or delivering.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So from my side, I would say just start, have some commitments, right? Start with the commitments and have some patience. India is the biggest market with 150 billion population. The world is looking at India, so the market is open for you guys. You have mentors, you have funds from the government, and you have industry with us, right? So just start. Thank you. Just do it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, esteemed panelists, for this thoughtful and interactive session. We are very grateful that you took out your precious time for us and shared your views with us and guided our students regarding the startup ecosystem. Now, I would request Professor Gopli ma'am to please come up on the stage and present the panelists with the certificates of appreciation. I would request Dr. Geeta Gawal ma'am to please join me. Mr. Vikram Pratap Singh. Naveen Khanna.
तीन चार चार पाँच ही कर
मुझे अच्छा
हाँ ड्राइव बनाओ
Dr. Ravi. Can we have a group photo? Thank you so much to all the panelists. And now I would request Dr. Shivir Yadav to take the mic for the next panel discussion.
Chinese.
आपसे पूरा लंबा कमिटमेंट था ना मैंने तो I enjoyed IT session was exceptional. Very good. But the future ये उसको समझ में आएगा उसको नहीं समझ में आएगा so the mind that knows can understand it. They had these combined sequence events, which was very good around IT. Thank you so much. I will catch up. Thank you so much. And this young girl, I love this concept. A student navigator. Very nice concept. Thank you so much.
Starting with the next session, investing in the future of health is an investment in humanity's well-being and progress. It not only addresses the current healthcare challenges, but also lays the foundation for a healthier, more equitable and resilient future. It has far-reaching implications on individuals, communities, economies, and societies as a whole. So in the next panel discussion, we will talk about understanding the current investment trends and developing effective strategies to navigate rapidly evolving healthcare industry. So to start the discussion, I will introduce our first panelist, Ms. Pooja Paul. I invite you on the stage, please. Ms. Pooja Paul is a social entrepreneur and founder of Organico, a socially responsible skincare brand utilizing the benefits of donkey milk while creating stable livelihood opportunities in Uttar Pradesh. She was listed amongst the Forbes top 30 under 30 Asia list of social entrepreneurs and is the winner of MSME Emerging Women Entrepreneur Award 2022 and Princess of Wales the Diana Award 2020. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Priya Gupta on the stage, who is a public policy expert. Currently, she is Board of Governor at Institute of Internal Auditors and Assistant Director at 50. She is the founder of CRTDH Foundation, an NGO which promotes the livelihoods of women. She also started an MSME named Prakriti, which is a marketplace for women artisans in India, currently incubated under Atal Incubation Center. Ms. Gupta is a social startup mentor who has also been working as a full-time professional with Uber, KPMG, and IHT. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Sahil Chopra on stage. Currently, he is the heading the investment banking arm at Clarify and is the co-founder of Ambeat, which is India's first hearing and speech solutions for all age groups. He is the Global Muslim Ambassador by United Nations for India for his work towards sustainable development and women and child development, and is also the youngest member of Obama Foundation, representing India on various social problems. He is also a mentor at Business X Solutions and Methodology, where he helps the young entrepreneurs and legal professionals to succeed in their careers. Next, we invite Mr. Amol Bansal on stage. Mr. Amol from Invest India under Ministry of Commerce and Industry is working closely with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare on launching the Heal in India initiative, which is focused on promoting medical value travel in India, integrating all the stakeholders across the industry. The portal is soon to be launched by Honorable Prime Minister of India. Next, may I again welcome Mr. Tarun Gupta on stage, who is the founder and CEO of Securely Healthcare Technologies and Verialis. Also, I would re-welcome Mr. Rajiv Duggal on stage, our alumni and director and skill of Skillation Pharmacos India. And then the last, our esteemed panelist, Ms. Sanskriti Kawan, may I invite you on stage. Ms. Sanskriti is an MS graduate from the University of Leeds, UK. Currently, she is the consultant at Invest India, managing and coordinating the G20 specific tasks of Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India. Prior to this, she has worked as a project officer at FIT IIT Delhi and was leading the high-scale impact project of DVD's flagship program, BIRAC Big, along with the Pfizer India CSR program and BioNest at FIT with 14 incubated healthcare and biotech startups. She was also mentor and advisor to startups through the PhD Chamber of Commerce program during the pandemic times. So over to you, Ms. Sanskriti, for leading the discussion further. Thank you so much.
So just that short address and request my thanks as well. Please answer short so that's good. So first of all, thank you everyone for inviting us and having us here for the panel discussion today. So taking the first panelist and first question, I think it's Simon. Simon, what strategies
Can you be a little bit closer?
employ to manage their evaluation?
Louder.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Sahil, my first question is to you. Since you have a background of investment banking, so what strategies can a healthcare startup employ to enhance their valuation and attract the attention of investment banks like yours and Pfizer?
So when we are talking about the strategies, obviously for the enhancing the valuation, I really don't see that any startup should focus on the valuation aspect right now. Because we have seen the current trend where startups are trying to increase the valuation by showcasing their numbers in the books in a wrong fashion that I would never suggest that to investment bankers. The one thing startups should focus is building their customers. If the startup is not able to build their own customers, and then no valuation makes any sense for them. and I'm sure my fellow panelists will agree with that particular aspect. So the strategy should be the product enhancement one. The problems we are actually solving should be unique because we have seen a lot of startups, including coming up with same solutions, but that will not solve the ultimate problem. Some say that we are economical, some say we are innovative, we are this, we are that, but that will make no sense if the startups are not actually solving the genuine problem. As in the last panel, Mr. Naveen mentioned also that outsource it. Absolutely right. It's better to outsource things which you don't understand in your startup. I don't say that every founder is very intelligent that they will know each and everything. No. So if a founder feels that this is something of not their forte, they should outsource it, and that's the best and economical way to keep your product affordable for the market as per the Indian market, I would say, as well as build a proper solution because the person you are outsourcing it will make sure that they have their forte in that particular spare part. So if it comes to medical equipment, right? So yeah.
That's one of the most important points that it makes regarding the problem solving issues of the startups rather than focusing on the solution should be the point.
Absolutely. If you see that current trend, be it Ola, Uber, now, for an example, to solve the carbon emission, goods not came into picture, but they are ultimately competing with Ola and Uber. Paytm was already there, and other pay came into the solution, became the brand itself. So that is how the strategies should be implemented. If a big player is already there in the market, that is totally fine. You can start that. If you are building something unique, something innovative, and actually solving the genuine problem facing by the market.
Also, just to add on, I think the customer segment should be very clear to the startups from the start.
Absolutely. You should. One of the students itself came to me when I was sitting in the boardroom and asked me that I was building a device where you can measure the hemoglobin in the body, right? He said the execution was great and we cannot go to the market, but that makes no sense. I told to him as well. I mean, you might be late in executing it, someone might have come out, but if you are so confident about your business and you are actually solving the problem, so the economy, the population of the country is so huge, I mean, not a single player can solve it. So, yeah, it's simple.
Yes, there's a huge market. They are not got like there is going to be a huge pool of customers even in this particular country, especially. So I think yeah, this is one of the key points that I've mentioned also. Moving on to the next question. This is for Amor. So Amor, since you're working with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and the role that is given there, so can you just tell us points like how is the Indian government supporting the growth of medical tourism and healthcare investments in our country?
So I guess many of might not be aware of the medical tourism industry. So I'll give a brief of that. So medical value travel is basically patients traveling from abroad to India for their treatment. So giving a glimpse of the industry, in 2020, the medical value travel industry was worth $6 billion, and it's expected to more than double to $13 billion by 2026. Now coming to the vision of Government of India. So right now we are in top 10 in the World Tourism Index among the 46 countries. And in next 5 years, we are planning to be the global leader there. So now I'm talking about the steps that government has taken in order to achieve this particular vision. Firstly, during the last G20 summit of Health our Honorable HFM has launched Clean in India portal, which is part of the initiative One Earth, One Health Advantage Healthcare India. This portal is basically a one-stop portal, integrating all the relevant stakeholders in the ecosystem. If we say like the hospitals, the medical travel facilitators, insurance providers, air ambulances, each and every stakeholder which is important in this medical and travel is present on the portal. Now coming to the next step. So you might be aware if any patient wants to come to India for their treatment.
There is a lot of visa access. Has introduced e-medical visas. And right now we are offering e-medical visa to more than 165 countries.
Membu, there's some
So
construction.
now coming to the future that the government is planning, actually the government has identified 61 target countries, which includes both modern as well as traditional treatments, and they are in discussion with Ministry of Civil Aviation. Basically, increase the connectivity, improve the connectivity so that the patients can easily come to India for their treatment.
I think that's a great initiative that the government, Indian government has taken in the healthcare sector. Also, just to add on, I think because we and Apple had recently very closely worked with Indian government in the healthcare sector, the G20 summit. So even I was leading from the Department of Pharmaceutical in the G20 events. So we were involved in the healthcare summits that were happening in Ahmedabad, Delhi, and Gujarat. So one of the main points of the healthcare system at the government, which then put forth in collaboration with the other countries, what was the healthcare and mental panel, which was one of the vision of one of the additional secretaries from the health ministry, so yes, I think this is one of the very nice and very new initiative that the Indian government has taken in terms of the healthcare sector. Thank you. Moving on to the next question to Rajiv sir. Sir, I'm listening to you in the other panel in the afternoon. So I got to know about your products, the work that you're doing. So regarding that, how do you ensure that your skincare products are innovative and meet the unmet needs of the customers in the beauty industry? And what role does the scientific rationale play in this process?
Very valid question that we covered in my first interaction. When we start, specializing the product, it is more of the unmet need area. You have a skincare issue. Acne is number one indication. Pigmentation is number two. So many companies bombarded. Reason being because the regulatory system is very fluid when it comes to skincare and nutraceuticals. Anybody can start the business with skincare and nutraceutical any moment because of the least of regulations. Now coming to the unmet need, how do we explore it? We have a panel of dermatologists, cosmetologists, because we can't go to so many consumers, or we have the e-consumer forum or feedback. So the dermatologists, what the companies are coming to them with the product they have, they tell us the niche areas we can work in to make our product, more effective. We work on those ingredients, which I mentioned in my very first session, that making a comparable product to an international product. You can keep any price in India. Price is immaterial if your product gives the value addition. When I spoke to a dermatologist, she said, I said, ma'am, I'm thinking to keep a very low price. Why low price? Low price means low quality. Imported brands are making money with high price. So these are a couple of things that we work in pre-market testing. We don't think that, okay, a product has been made, we put in the market. We do pre-market testing with different age groups, different indications, and in collaboration with dermatologists. Once they say go ahead, and then we launch the product. Because we know that these are 10, 15 customers, for sure they're going to buy.
That's very correct, sir. Also, just an added question to you, because this is a funding round. So I just wanted to ask, what challenges did you face in getting funding for your startups?
So it is a very valid question. I tried funding from here or there, though I'd worked for 22 long years. And so I used my personal savings. So there was no external investor for my company. And the pitch deck, it is so lucrative for so many. And I'm not so good on that. I'm good at, my extrovert speaking skills, but I'm not so good with numbers or, convincing them with what we can reach. I can give them the realistic picture, but they want a broader picture, right? You know the case with Byju's and others. So being realistic, no investor was ready to invest in my company. So the idea was super creative, competing with the imported brands, seeking into the mind of Indian consumers. Imported and Indian brand is the same. The difference is only the technology. So we had the challenge, put in my own money, and very judiciously You don't have to throw all your money into the products. Plan judiciously. So we planned with only 2 products. We were really confident, the doctors had given us the feedback. Start with these 2 only. Then having a proper mix, as you know that we are promoting nutraceuticals as well into dermatology. Slowly, steadily, when we saw the market is accepting our product, we added a nutraceutical which was a newer concept into the dermatology segment. So the dermatologist only, once a consumer comes to a dermatologist, he is looking for an exclusive answer. Not the guest right come from outside. There's so many glutathione available. So they need exclusivity. So that's why we don't find our products, online marketing. This is a very niche strategy, starting with the word, minimum products, spending 50% on the product because your product is a threat. Many people said, why did you spend on the packaging and all? I said, packaging is just the outside, appearance of the product. The box goes off, and then the product scores. And till today, our repeat customer rate is 90% based on the product. So you have to play very safe. Your product has to be strong. Packaging is important to some extent, but yes, you have to go slowly. Not throughout. 50% has to go for the product, 30% marketing, 20% operation. So I should know that when we started off, I started off single-handedly. Reason being, being a marketing salesperson, being a pharmacist, so the science was there, thanks to our professors who taught us so well. So there was science background and others and sales and marketing guy. I led a couple of companies. So that all played vital part. The most important part was face value with the dermatologist, which I was to distributors. So that is how.
Just last question. Since you're an analyst of this university,
Yeah.
what feedback or what feedback would be for the students who are pursuing what entrepreneurs in this university in terms of getting the funding, in terms of making a startup? What would you say to the students of this university?
I would say don't rely on the outside funding. You think that you have your own money. And even if it is an investor money, think it is your own money because every penny saved is penny earned. Spend lesser amount on the expenses, your operational cost. I could have got a very lavish office, employees, field employees. So you have to engage in the right strategy, have the like-minded people joining you as the distributors or franchise. We don't have any field employees. We have distributors that who work for us. So that is how much amount of work you can outsource to save on that money. But be sure that your distributors or your channel partners are navigating the right way, so that it is your baby. So nobody should misuse the brand name or it should go haywire. So I've been very very methodical in picking up my channel partners, and most of the work I do on my own, whether social media engagements. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And also just to add, I think our teachers and professors are here always to support in every way to the students. So many thanks to them and also to the university for taking those initiatives. Next question is from Ms. Priya, a very dear friend of mine. Priya says you ran an NGO named Priya Foundation. So because it focuses on very much social impacts. So how do you balance the financial sustainability with your mission, and how has this influenced your career?
Thank you so much, Sanskriti. And like she mentioned, she's a very dear friend, like a family. Also, it's Sarva Priya, and it has nothing to do with Priya. So, just wanted to mention, I just got this thing when I started this NGO. I just asked my mom कि यार मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा, मुझे हिंदी के नाम इतने पता नहीं है, so बता दीजिए। बोला सर्व प्रिय। I asked her why, because the reason is सबको पसंद है सर्व प्रिय। इसका मतलब ही एक है dear to her. Coming back to the question related to the NGO, I think be it an NGO or a for-profit startup in 21st century, especially in this decade, it's one and the same. Because with the kind of ideology which I started this organization was not to just get exams and do the work. I think you already know this, Sanskriti, and dear friends who are sitting in the panel itself, they know I started this organization with having zero knowledge on how to even register it. And this sort of, this is the kind of seed I want to build into the mind of students. कि यार हमेशा आप भीड़ के पीछे मत भागिए। आपको लगता है किसी चीज की कमी आप जो सोसाइटी में अपनी पर्सनल लाइफ में देखते हैं, you started this. So while pursuing my graduation, I did not intend to start something on my own. Something happened that led to, that led me to think that I want to support the domestically exploited women of the society. And that's how I started the CRTDH Foundation. But over the period of time, for the last 6 years now, this journey has taught me that, okay, once you step into it, fundraising, meeting amazing people, starting something new, be it the programs or the great collaborators, it happens like this. You should have that intent that you started first at the first step. Second, you should have the intent to learn. Like the panelists have been mentioning throughout the day, कि आपको जानने की इच्छा होनी चाहिए. So here I would like to mention there is a difference between knowledge and information. So I am an avid reader since my childhood. So हालांकि मुझे पता नहीं था कि how to register an NGO, but I was very aware कि what kind of issues which women are facing not just in India but globally, and how can we help? Alright? And then when I started meeting people in different organizations, I would like to mention that I have been working as a full-time professional while running this NGO. So the reason is, of course, I did not have funds. I started it with my own funds. So at a very young age, I started something that is a coaching institute. And for 3 years, I used to teach there. वहाँ से जो पैसा इकट्ठा हुआ, उससे मैंने registration करवाया. And over the period of time, I took the leverage of online platforms like LinkedIn, Internshala, etc. from different parts of India. And when I made the project, just to know the issues which women, children, and other people facing in India, that project made people aware कि यार ये issue जो हमें लगता है कि हमारी ही लाइफ में चल रहा है, लेकिन सबके साथ है, right? Because until and unless you attach yourself with the grassroots issues which are being not just faced in the rural areas but the urban slums as well, right? So they want to, they kind of became very active, they got themselves actively involved into it. So that is another thing. Intent था जिन लोगों ने ज्वाइन किया तो तब ज्वाइन किया जब वो अवेयर हो गए कि अच्छा इशू रिलेटेड है. When they got to know that women are not underconfident, women are not those who are not looking forward to opportunities. The things which were the problems which were there in the market was opportunities were not पहुंच नहीं. हम यहाँ स्टेज पे बैठ के बात करते हैं इंटरव्यू पे खत्म, right? So that is what students realized, and the people who joined us realized and started working with us. And now we are running various programs to promote women entrepreneurship to enable them, right? And we are running programs related to education, etc. Coming back to funding. So yes, I bootstrapped it initially, and over a period of time, I always focused on one ideology, that is self-reliance. अगर मेरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन फाइनेंशियली स्टेबल खुद नहीं हो सकती तो वो बाकी औरतों को कैसे सिखाएगी हाउ टू बी फाइनेंशियली इंडिपेंडेंट. Alright, so now we are at that point where the VCs come to me and want to fund the initiative. So that is the kind of thing आप हर जगह गूगल करके पढ़ सकते थे कि ये प्रोसेस स्टेप्स होते हैं in order to raise funds, meet new people, do the networking and etc. I just wanted to give a touch to my own story so that people should know, okay, this was the struggle that she had faced or the team had faced and still struggling by the way. But yes, of course, this is how you achieve.
This is one of the very good examples that startups and students from this university can also learn from your situation. Initially, it's very important जिसको zero जिसको करना होगा वो जरूर करेगा. Either it should be your own bootstrap money or you get it through the government funds or CSR funds. But yes, you have to take that step first. Then you're going to, put hands of the government or say private organizations and join. Yeah. Once you're established and you have got that name, yes, they'll come to you. So yeah, that's a very good example of all of us. Thank you, Priya. My next question is for Pooja. Pooja, since you have also been a social entrepreneur and very successful, entrepreneur in the health industry, what strategies have you employed in your, to secure your funding in the venture?
Yeah. Okay, so before I start this, just want to give a one-liner of exactly what we do. We are a social enterprise, a B2C skincare brand, and we make skincare using donkey. Radhi ke root se we make beauty products. And it's a very niche sector in India. We were first one in India to introduce it back in 2017, and now it's one of the trending ingredients. In Korea, donkey milk is known for natural anti-aging property, and it's trending. So coming back to the question, our organization is a for-profit and we are a bootstrap organization. So I started as a student entrepreneur. Students sitting here, this is for you. So when we plan to start something during our college, during our master's or bachelor's degree, कहीं ना कहीं हम hesitate होते हैं fund कैसे करें. So one thing I've learned through my journey is that there are many opportunities for student entrepreneurs, जो कि आपकी universities में नहीं available होते. There are many championships, there are many startup incubation center funding to the early stage startup and the incubation. That's how I supported my venture, my team. So I participated in different student entrepreneurship competition and won around 10 lakhs from that only. That I reinvested in my venture at initial stage. Later, obviously, when I graduated, I registered my organization a full-time private limited company, and since 2018, we are working. It's been 4-5 years. And then I started exploring government organization and government funding. So एक problem है ecosystem के अंदर healthcare के अंदर. So right now we are sitting in a pharmaceutical institute. We know that healthcare में कितने segments आते हैं. When you step outside this auditorium, not many people know healthcare सिर्फ medicine से related नहीं है. Healthcare जब कहते हैं तो healthcare से hospitals, medicine ये नहीं है. There are many. It's beyond that. We have skincare, we have mental health. Then food sector, बहुत कुछ उसके अंदर आता है. So when you are planning to strategize your funding, कि आपको अपने initiative के लिए fund लेना है, make sure to decide कि किस sector में आपको वो करना है. That is what we did. So we initially wanted to sell document directly, realized that it's a taboo in country, nobody going to accept it. Then came up with a plan B. Why not enter something already booming in country, that was skincare sector. And through our research realized donkey milk को हम उसमें भी convert कर सकते हैं. So before this panel, Pooja ma'am was saying कि किसी भी startup को start करने के लिए आपको करोड़ों रुपए, आपको लाखों रुपए नहीं चाहिए. You can start with some thousand rupees and few thousand rupees. So that's what I did. I started my enterprise with 28,000 rupees. जो pocket money थे जो university में students हम इकट्ठे करते हैं. That is what I invested. Later, I explored the opportunities. It's a bootstrap, but yeah, since 2 years, we have raised more than 50 lakh through government initiative, through the CSR grant to fund our startup. And obviously, the revenue model we have, you see from that we are exploring. So my suggestion to everyone who's planning, obviously you go and you go to the venture capitalist, you go to the impact investor, but initially when you are at ideation stage, it is very difficult for you to find investor for your plan. That time these things, these planning and the championship will help. उसके funds को you can reinvest in exploring, do your R&D and develop your team. And later you can obviously pitch your startup to the angel investors and the impact investor. Being a social entrepreneur, if you are in impact, like you are like an NGO or a social entrepreneurship, sometimes actually majority of time it is very difficult to raise fund. To be honest, being in a startup ecosystem since last 4-5 years, I have realized that if you have a social motive, only social motive, not thinking about the profit, it will be difficult for you to raise fund. But yeah, again, there's a term impact investor now in the market, obviously in investment market, जो कि social impact को fund करती है. So you should know exactly what your startup is about. which sector you are impacting, and approach those investors, those sectors accordingly. And definitely, we all have other options open always. The grant, the government scheme, explore. Please Google करें because तभी आपको पता चलेगा कि क्या opportunities यहाँ पे पड़ी हैं. Plus for the women entrepreneur, there are thousands of schemes. Soft loan, we have subsidies, we have grant, different schemes are there for women to support women entrepreneurship. So please explore those. That is how I started initially. I funded my startup, and yeah, we are doing pretty good right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pooja. Yes, very rightly said. Government is doing a lot for the startups at this point after RTN's vision and their startup policies, because we work very closely with the government. So we are very aware how the government is working through these policies and the schemes for the startups. So yes, that's a very valid point that is making. Thank you. Next question is for Tarun sir. Sir, since I am very closely seeing your startup working, where the RX came up during the COVID times when you were, working through your startup. So it appears to focus on healthcare solutions. Could you elaborate on the role of technology and innovation in driving the investment and growth in the healthcare services?
Just to summarize the question, I think you were asking what's the role of newer innovations, technology, and how does it impact the funding of the
Including your startup, so when they are executed.
That's great. So I think my thought process is a bit different here. I think a lot of people equate funding with money in the bank. I have realized that every day we are getting funding, and people don't see it happening. For example, if someone has helped you in some way, in a pro bono basis, for example, he has helped you in digital marketing where he was a friend. Now, if you have done it externally, you would have paid some money to it. For example, we recently launched our product in Bhopal, and we hired 25 students from Bhopal. And the institute had its own process that they could not pay us, because it was could have gone to a tender. But they actually underwrote all the cost of the hostel and stay and many other things, and they absorbed it themselves. Now that was an expense close to more than 15 lakhs of rupees. Now someone has said, no, that was not funding. For me, that was a funding. So the mindset has to shift. Sometimes I'm going a bit more emotional there, but even the blessings from people is funding for me. Because someone is saying that keep going on, because as an entrepreneur of technology and everything, I think the inner strength is important. So technology will always is a consequence of it, and funding is available intangibly and tangibly, because I want to take an off track here, because people are talking about angel best and all that. I think that's a bit high. Wherever you are getting help, in fact, a great institute like this one, if a young entrepreneur, whoever is sitting here, if they are getting a space in institute in South Delhi, it is a premium place with best of best teachers here, getting a knowledge, intelligence, and asset and this space. I think that's the biggest thing. So my view is very different, and whether I did gain a lot of funding from yourself, Sanskriti. So she has been my mentor as well. She's much younger to me, but she was at IIT. So technology is an outcome, but people who build it together, I think that's part of the thing. So that's my view.
It's very valid point of view, sir. Because everyone should not look funding as a survival for their startup, I guess. Every small win for that, their baby, what they call that as a startup, should be a funding and should be a win-win for those. So, yes,
As I mentioned earlier, penny saved is penny earned.
very true, sir.
Which is what Tarun is mentioning. He saved the parts of somewhere, but he put his own investment into something. So that's also the kind of mindset we need to have. Yes, if you don't get angel funding, if you can start with only seed funding, maneuvering the money is very important. Where to spend, how much to spend. You can't put all 100% in the product, right? You have to put something in marketing and others as well. So, methodically calculate how much you have to put so that you can circulate the money. We had that credit policy with the doctors. The doctors say, कि 60 दिन बाद लेके जाओ पैसा 90 दिन के बाद. We created a system, we create the distributor model where we get the money in advance, give them more margins, but I get my money back in advance, which I can refloat it into my pocket. So it's all
And
about
this
the
mindset of these startups, what the founders in today's generation is missing, I guess. Because I've been into this ecosystem since almost 5 years now, and I have had a number of funding programs. What I see in startups today is that they run after all these grants and schemes. They're like, एक funding खत्म हो गया, इसका funding खत्म हो गया, अब दूसरा कौन सा? I mean, they don't think how to, do.
उससे स्टार्टअप जो है ना वो स्टार्टअप हो ही नहीं पाता. You have to start from somewhere. Put your own money, your family is there, friends is there. And Pooja mentioned she started off only with 28,000 rupees. So she had that intent in the mind. So I have all the appreciation for her. Similarly for me, I've got savings. ठीक है, आपको घर भी चलाना है, you have to. So this is the money I can put into my business. And I have to be very methodical. कितने products होंगे, क्या होगा, क्या नहीं होगा. जब ये चक्का पूरा घूम जाएगा, and I find that yes, it's running repeat customers and then startup pay as a founder, I feel you can't keep on experimenting a lot of things. When you start up like Dr. Pooja mentioned earlier, कि मैंने 10 startup start कर लिए, चला एक दिन, तो वो भी start करो, चाहे एक ही start करो, वो चलना चाहिए. And there has to be a startup never fails. It is the startup founder who fails. You have to read when we started off pre-COVID times, I had somebody as a distributor who started with me. During COVID time, अच्छे लोग छोड़ देते हैं because you put the money, वो fail हो गया. But my intent was इसको फिर भी चलाना because it's my baby, I have to run it. So कितने passionate हो अपने startup के लिए वो ज़्यादा important है rather than creating so many startups.
True, so that's a very valid point I can wait for this discussion. So I'll not take much of your time. I'll just end this panel with an open question poll. If you can just give it one-liners. According to you, what are the factors driving the current investment trends in healthcare sector? Anyone?
So, current investment. Honestly, I would just say innovation in the current ecosystem and the products that are coming up in the market. And of course, the person, Tarun and Mr. Rajiv mentioned that penny sales, depending they should not focus, like my first question was the valuation one. Don't focus on the valuation, don't focus on just getting funding for your business and then running the business. You can't always depend upon the funding. Sometime or the other, you have to return that money in some or the other way, so you can't be dependent on that. So, innovation on the product and don't be dependent on just on the funding of the money. So.
Yeah. So if I talk about the medical tourism industry, so here internationally it's known as medical tourism, but in India we call it medical value travel. So why do we add value here? Value means high quality care and affordable price. This is what India can offer. So I think this is one of the most important drive factors that will attract patients to come to India for their treatment.
There is a point of view for the
So I think most of the points have been covered, but one of the things I have realized that there is a difference between incremental gain and a disruptive gain. Incremental gain is when you pick up what has been built and put it out in the market. Disruption means you completely disrupt it and get out something in the market which has never been there. I think whenever I personally invest money or I reach out to investors, they're more inclined towards disruptive. That's why Elon Musk is my personal favorite. And I think money should go there rather than
Just one thing, you rather than creating something new, find gaps in the current ecosystem. If you can find the gaps, you can identify the need and solve that need with a product or any healthcare system, IT, anything. What we feel that we are surrounded with a lot of problems, but we are looking and exploring new problems. That's the wrong thing. Pollution or ecosystem, ESG. We talk about environment, so many plastic bottles which we have, cosmeceuticals, and they're thrown out. How to really waste manage those, how to recycle those. So those things, there are a lot of gaps. We need to fill those.
Priya, you want to add something? Um, so basically, they want to grow research. So one thing I had in my mind was when you invest, I think I will cover a very personal point here. Um, Thinking about startup or be it doing a job. I think startup हमें बहुत ही ज़्यादा fancy बैठ गए, fancy बैठ गए nowadays. There are students who are comfortable with the jobs, and that's fine. That's very humane. It's just that you need to invest in yourself. So invest in yourself is not just about buying clothes and cosmetics. By that I mean know yourself and read more. यहाँ मैं आपको quote करूँगी. When I used to work with IIT, I was really impressed with the books he had. So भरा हुआ था. And that's how I got to know that this person is intellectual. Alright, so you need to know yourself in order to choose where you need to put your time into, your efforts into, or your funds into. So that's what really helped me in personal and professional life. That's what.
Yeah, so that do not run out to investment and it's not necessarily disclose VC funding or $1 million based idea to start a successful because if friends children and we see if a friend who started a startup based on funds, we think that he's successful person. But you don't know exactly the stress जो उस investment के साथ उसके पास आती है investment करने का. So do not judge if somebody is raising the fund or raise the fund or a startup is bootstrap. Sometimes in majority of time a bootstrap startup अगर हम like एक बहुत पुराने टाइम में चले गए थे बहुत टाइम पहले जो हमारे like हल्दी काम से बीकानेर है उस टाइम I don't think so कि VCs और angel investment का term था. Right, and they are successful. Not definitely they had investors, but this time when they started, initially when they started, your father, my father, when they started their business, they were successful being a bootstrap startup. So just content that do not judge, like, and don't feel bad कि उसने raise कर लिया और हमारे startup ने raise नहीं कर लिया. Competition point से नहीं, competition आपको अपने साथ अपने आप से होनी चाहिए. You feel good about yourself.
Thank you so much, Pooja. So I'll just conclude this session. Thank you all the panelists for your valid points that you made regarding the funding. And of course, we're here to encourage our students in terms of funding. You don't have to run into the funding, though government and CSR are not many funding schemes and projects are there for you all. But you need to have that passion first to run and start because without that, you won't be able to run that start. So that's one point which I would like to make. Thanks to all. I would not take.
So now I once again thank all the team members sitting over here for sharing their life experiences. I can't really say about students here, but I am highly inspired to have my own startup now. So now I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Ramesh Goyal, and Honorable Registrar Ma'am, Professor Ravindra Popi on stage for giving a token of gratitude and facilitate our guests over here. Starting with Ms. Pooja Paul, please. Starting with Ms. Pooja Paul, please.
आ गया
Ms. Priya Gupta. Mr. Sahil Chopra. Mr. Sahil Chopra. Mr. Amol Bansal. Mr. Tarun Gupta. Mr. Rajiv Duggal. And our moderator, Ms. Sanskriti Pawar. May I invite everybody in the front for a group photograph, please? And may I invite Professor Deepti ma'am to please come on stage, join. Dr. Rakhi ma'am, please join. Dr. Akash Mehta sir, please join. Dr. Ajit, Dr. Vijender, Dr. Suraj, please join us on the stage.
Right, sir.
All the volunteers, please cover their face.
अब एक एक को बुलाना थोड़ी ना पड़ेगा।
हो गया लॉगिन?
लॉगिन कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, वो सफारी में घुस रहा है।
I request everyone to please settle down for the validity program. Greetings of the day and a very humble namaskar. It's time for the closing ceremony and the valedictory session for today's momentous occasion, Chintan Shivir, MSME Classroom Meet. Well, over the past few hours, we have engaged in thought-provoking discussions, forged meaningful connections, and obviously gained valuable insight into the dynamic world of healthcare. It has served as a catalyst for uniting efforts across MSMEs, startups, academia, and the industry, highlighting the critical role of collaboration in spurring innovation and problem solving. Well, throughout the day, we have delved into a variety of critical topics and including discussed sales strategies for taking innovation to the new markets, emphasize the significance of protecting intellectual properties, navigating the complex regulatory landscape, and also explore investment trends and strategies. Obviously, it was a day full of experience and knowledge. Each of these sessions has enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities within the healthcare sector. The significance of this gathering goes beyond the knowledge shared. It lies in the relationship forged, the collaborations initiated, and the shared vision for a healthier and more innovative future. We have seen how cutting-edge facilities at CRTDH can empower businesses, enhance productivity, and drive innovation. We also conducted a competition with Love, which is a B-plan competition in which the participants were asked to pitch their innovative ideas and business plans for any one of the two problem statements. The problem statements were first, medical assortment, and second, employee well-being. The judges for the Badlav competition were Dipesh Rajpal, co-founder Pharmalama, Mona Lisa Malik, co-founder Team Strategize, Viswarup Bhattacharya, co-founder Team Strategize, Shubham Singh, program executive CCAM. Now, I would like to request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramesh Goel sir, our Registrar, Professor Ravinder Pokri ma'am, Ms. Ruchi Singh, and Dr. Bharti Mangla ma'am to kindly join us on the stage to felicitate the judges of the Badlav B-Plan competition. I will also request the judges of the Badlav competition to kindly join us on the stage. Firstly, I would like to invite upon stage Mona Lisa Malik ma'am, the co-founder of Team Strategize, who was one of the judges for the Badlav competition. A huge round of applause for her. Now I would like to request the dignitaries to kindly felicitate Vishpuru Bhattacharya sir, co-founder Team Strategize. A huge round of applause to him. Lastly, I will request the dignitaries to felicitate Shubham Singh, the program executive of CCAM.
Now I request the judges and all the high dignitaries to stay with us on the stage for the award ceremony and the recognition of the most promising pitches. There is where we honor the dedication and hard work of those who dare to dream today and are committed to bringing about positive Punjab. For this valedictory ceremony and to announce the result, I would like to hand over the mic to Yashif, who was the event head of the event, to declare the results.
Okay, so here we have the much awaited awards. For the problem statement 1, the runner-up is Team Farmerlets. Please give a huge round of applause. They have won a cash prize of 2,000 and a gift hamper. Now, the winners for problem statement 1 are Team Sprees. They have won a cash prize of 3,000 and the gift hampers.
शक्ल दिखाओ भाई
सारे इधर
Coming to problem statement 2, the runner-up team is the Lone Wolf. Please give a big hand. Now, the winners for problem statement 2 are Team Plus. Please give a huge round of applause for the winners. They have again won a cash prize of 3,000 rupees and the gift hampers. Congratulations to all the winners.
Now, as we approach the end of this ceremony, I would like to request our Dean Academics, Professor Geeta Agarwal ma'am, to kindly present the vote of thanks. Ma'am, please.
So it's my privilege to, say vote of thanks at this great occasion. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor and our Registrar Madam for giving us.
I will tell one thing. We have been organizing so many events, but
what has been done today is one of the best because it is bringing 50 industries together. The discussion without any sort of a feeling tiredness or so, and then up to 6:30 it is going on with all the smiling face. Nothing can be better than this. All those who are associated, my heartfelt thanks to them, including Dr. Pukli, Dr. Geeta, Dr. Dipti, Dr. Ruchi, and all those who have been working tirelessly, all the volunteers, all the supporting staff, and last but not the least, the industry who have participated. Thank you.
Already mentioned about it, but along with that, I will request sir and madam to felicitate Ruchi, particularly for this program that has been executed very well. Please. Another name that comes here, Ruchina from Precision Center, who is taking the lead over here, but has also supported for this event. We are very grateful. Thank you.
Every visitor who comes, they like the Precision Center and he is doing.
Now I would like to say thank and invite all the committee members along with volunteers here. Just try to be fast. First speaker and panelist committee, Dr. Dipti, Ruchi, Dr. Amanpreet, Dr. Shivir Yadav, along with your volunteers. Please join on the stage, at the stage, please. Yeah. Second is. And the second committee, please be ready. Tech Bridge Committee, Dr. Gaurav, Dr. Mahavir, Dr. Devesh, Dr. Sumit, along with volunteers, please be ready and join us after this committee. Please. I'm really thankful to all of you because it was a difficult task to coordinate with so many panelists, speakers, and experts.
Tejasni, Tejasni.
सबको बुला रही है आ जाओ
Speaker and panelist committee, and then Tech Bridge Committee, please join us.
सारे आ जाए यहाँ आगे बैठो
Program committee, Naki Ahuja, Ruchi, Dr. Ruchika, along with volunteers, please be here only. Yeah, thanks. Now I would like to call for stage registration and attendance committee, Dr. Ajit, Dr. Pooja, Dr. Aparna, Dr. Anshul, along with your volunteers.
भाई फोटो खींचना आती है ना फोटो खींचना आती है ना इधर नहीं थोड़ा 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 घुमा रहा है जल्दी बिल्कुल बता दे हम मेरी फोटो खींच लेंगे अरे बिल्कुल खींचो
Yeah, Dr. Mudgil, Dr. Suraj, Dr. Jitinder Munjar,
and all members of discipline committee along with volunteers. Thanks everyone for your efforts. News and Media Committee, Dr. Madhu, Ms. Ruchi, Dr. Punita, Devangi, and all the members, along with Hospitality Committee. That is very important. Dr. Akash, Dr. Vijender, Dr. Arya, Krishan Kumar, Deepak, Rupinder Singh.
Actually, everything has been on the media. Already you see that already come in the media.
फोटो यही इस दिन मैंने तो सारे
All the students are part of, media. Kriti, please join us. Hospitality committee has done a very good job. Guest food that has been served today.
My all because of Vijay and Akash.
Next, value committee, please be ready. I join on the stage Dr. Preeti, Dr. Bharti, Krishan Kumar, Vikas, Dr. Amrita, Dr. Fuzia. With your volunteers, please join us. Again, value committee has done a very good job. Bharti, thank you. With less resources and less time, they have really done a good work. Thank you. Printing of banners, Dr. Rashi, Dr. Satish, Dr. Saurabh Chaturvedi, Shesh Baka. Kishan Kumar is present in every committee. And then report committee, Ruchi and Rakhi madam. Live streaming committee, Dr. Prabodh, Vikas, Anjali.
guys
Yeah, please all the members come forward. I would like to invite all the DIF team along with us. If there is any season team member is there, they may also join. It is Vikas. So I would like to really thank all of you. This program was visible and special to Mokli ma'am for adding industry in the program because it was not visible to get 60 industry at one time. Thanks a lot.